organization. And I'd like to begin by letting you in on a little secret. In the summer of 2022, I wrote down some thoughts about why I wanted to become Secretary General of this organization. And I wrote the words, I want to shake things up a little. When I wrote those words, I didn't realize quite how daunting or how exciting that would turn out to be. I also wrote the word transparency several times, and so what better way to open this session than to be open about my reflections on my first 2 years. When I asked for your support before the election, I told you that I would take the lead to deliver on a united and a better future. We have celebrated successes, we have faced challenges, and I hope that you have seen the dedication and the commitment with which my team and I have approached each and every milestone on our path towards that united and better future. My strategic priorities then and now are to advance our sector, progressing on matters such as safety, security, decarbonization and automation, to increase our visibility as an organization and as a sector, to be more diverse and transparent, and to enhance our support to all member states, particularly in the areas of technical cooperation and capacity development. To make progress, I have had to shake and restructure IMO a little, and I've also had to shake you, the delegates, up a little bit. But many of you have shaken me in return, and I thank you for that, because it keeps me on my toes and it helps me to find my balance. Internally, in the Secretariat, we have revised strategies on gender, diversity and racial equality, and we have reviewed our staff regulations and staff rules. We've strengthened our global communications presence and introduced thematic technical cooperation priorities in order to make best use of our resources and to align ourselves with donor commitments. We have improved our facilities from hybrid systems in the meeting rooms to new well-being amenities for staff. And we have even given our beloved logo a facelift. This start has been energizing and motivating. But the successes still ahead of us will depend on your decisions and your collective action in bringing together this very diverse community. I am humbled by and deeply grateful for the trust that member states have placed in me. And I wish to reaffirm my full commitment to serving the interests of the organization and supporting all member states in advancing IMO's mandate. We meet today at a time when the maritime sector continues to navigate a complex international environment marked by geopolitical tensions, evolving trade patterns, and an accelerating global transition towards decarbonization and digitalization. This was particularly visible when seafarers and ships were negatively and unjustly affected in areas such as the Red and the Black Seas. Despite these challenges, the essential role of international shipping in enabling global trade remains clear, and the work carried out across the organization's committees during the last biennium reflects the steady commitment of member states to strengthening maritime safety, environmental protection, legal certainty, facilitation, and capacity development. I could spend hours highlighting the number of deliverables that we have collectively achieved. But by now, I hope that you know that I don't like long speeches. And I also hope that this will serve as an example for the speeches and interventions to come this week at Assembly. I will only highlight a few matters. But I want to make it clear, this does not mean that those that I haven't mentioned are any less important or relevant. Over the last 2 years, the Maritime Safety Committee has done important work to enhance the safety of navigation and the protection of life at sea, including the continuing development of regulatory frameworks for new technologies and alternative fuels, the commencement of the review of standards of training and certification, and the progression of instruments to support the safe implementation of the IMO greenhouse gas strategy. The Marine Environment Protection Committee has focused on the effective implementation of that strategy and other measures to protect the marine environment, including efforts related to emissions reduction, marine litter, biofouling, underwater radiated noise, and ballast water management. The work of the Legal Committee, particularly in addressing fraudulent registration and the abandonment and criminalization of seafarers, as well as the efforts of the Facilitation Committee to advance the digitalization of the maritime sector, including the transition to the mandatory maritime single window. The Technical Cooperation Committee, for its part, has continued to expand the scope and impact of IMO's capacity development programs, ensuring that all member states, especially developing countries, are supported in their efforts to implement IMO instruments effectively and equitably. The Assembly will also be asked to turn its attention to a number of matters which are central to the governance and strategic direction of the organisation. You will be invited to consider and adopt the revised strategic plan covering the period 2024 to 2029, which sets out the mission, vision, and the strategic directions of the organisation in light of the challenges and opportunities facing the maritime sector. You will also consider and approve the budget and work programme for the biennium 2026-2027, ensuring that the organisation remains properly resourced and positioned to deliver on its mandate. During this session, the Assembly will be invited to adopt several important resolutions. In particular, you will consider the new IMO Capacity Development Strategy, the first comprehensive and consolidated strategy of its kind for the organisation. This strategy establishes a coherent framework for capacity development across the maritime sector, ensuring that technical cooperation and assistance activities are aligned with the evolving needs of member states and with the organization's strategic priorities. You will also be invited to adopt the framework and procedures for the second cycle of the IMO member state audit scheme, which will guide the next phase of audits. This new framework is central to strengthening global implementation of IMO instruments, enhancing transparency and supporting member states in identifying areas for improved performance. A further important item before the Assembly is the enhancement of multilingualism within the organisation, in particular through the inclusion of Arabic as a working language for the Assembly. This development reflects the IMO's commitment to inclusivity, accessibility, and equitable participation for all member states. Allow me also to highlight the important occasion that will take place this afternoon, the IMO Awards ceremony. This annual event offers us the opportunity to recognize and commend individuals who have demonstrated exceptional bravery and outstanding service in the maritime domain. And I look forward very much to welcome you at this significant ceremony. As always, I'd like to repeat that seafarers remain at the heart of the maritime sector. Their professionalism, their resilience and unwavering dedication underpin not only the safety and the efficiency of the global supply chain, but also the continued ability of maritime transport to support sustainable development worldwide. The organisation remains fully committed to supporting their safety, their welfare, and their well-being. I am confident that under your able leadership and through your collective efforts, this Assembly will achieve meaningful outcomes that strengthen the organisation and advance our shared objectives. And I would like to wish you every success in your work, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your opening remarks. Secretary General, honorable ministers, heads of delegations, excellencies, distinguished delegates and observers. I am deeply honored to address you today at the 34th regular session of the Assembly. On behalf of the outgoing President of the Assembly, His Royal Highness Prince Khalid bin Bandar bin Sultan Al Saud, former Ambassador of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in the United Kingdom. When His Royal Highness assumed office 2 years ago, he expressed his profound gratitude for the trust placed in him and reaffirmed the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia's commitment to the goals and values of this organization, particularly capacity building, environmental protection, technological innovation, and the empowerment of women in the maritime sector. The work throughout the biennium and the continued progress of the International Maritime Organization has been remarkable. The past 2 years have been marked by both continuity and advancement. Member states and the Secretariat have continued to refine hybrid working modalities, ensuring the uninterrupted delivery of regulatory work, technical cooperation, and training activities. These efforts demonstrate the resilience of the organization and the commitment of member states to maintaining IMO's role as the global standard-setting authority for international shipping. Considerable achievements have been made toward implementing the resolutions adopted at the 33rd session of the Assembly, including those related to survey and certification, port state control, implementation of the ISM code, places of refuge for ships in need of assistance, and ship-to-ship transfer operations. Work across the committees has advanced, guided by the strategic plan for the 6-year period 2024 to 2029, and driven by a shared ambition to enhance safety, protect the marine environment, and strengthen regulatory effectiveness. Capacity building has remained a defining pillar of our collective efforts. Over the biennium, the organization has continued to deliver major global programs supporting safety, decarbonization, biofouling, and marine litter reduction, digitalization, and implementation assistance for developing countries. These initiatives help ensure that the transition to a greener maritime sector is inclusive and equitable. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has been honored to contribute to these efforts, including through continued support for IMO CARES, GLOW Litter, GLOW Fouling, GLOW Noise initiatives. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has also supported the Next Wave Seafarers project and recently announced Next Wave Phase 2 and Carib Smart project, which will be implemented in 2026, as well as important research projects with WMU and IMLI, as well as supporting women's participation in maritime professions. This period also marked an important institutional transition for the organization. We witnessed the appointment of a new Secretary General and the commencement of a new council term following elections held during the 33rd Assembly. I reiterate my appreciation for the Secretary General, Arsenio Dominguez, and I express full confidence in his leadership and vision in steering the organization forward to continued success. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, allow me to express my sincere gratitude to all member states for the confidence you placed in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And to the Secretariat, I extend my commendation for their unwavering professionalism and support. The unity and cooperation that continue to define the work of this organization is truly inspiring. I remain confident that the IMO will continue to rise to the global challenges ahead, advancing safety, sustainability, innovation, and opportunity across the maritime sector. I wish you every success in your deliberations at this 34th session of the Assembly. Thank you very much. I now invite the Right Honourable Ms. Heidi Alexander, MP, Secretary of State for Transport of the United Kingdom, host government, to address the Assembly.
President, Secretary General, Your Excellencies and distinguished guests. On behalf of the UK Government, I would like to welcome you to the 34th Assembly of the International Maritime Organization. I'd like to start by thanking Secretary General Dominguez for his ongoing stewardship of the IMO. Under his leadership, we have set a path for our organisation's future. We have built an IMO which values diversity, operates effectively, and is more open and transparent to the people it serves. We have seen the IMO play an active role in the decade of ocean science for sustainable development, supporting international efforts to conserve biodiversity, tackle pollution, and rebuild the health of our oceans. And we have strengthened the IMO's role as champion for the safety and welfare of seafarers around the world, including in the face of new threats to international shipping. I look forward to what more we can achieve, Secretary General, during the rest of your term. In the 12 months since I became the UK Transport Secretary, I've had the privilege of seeing this industry up close. And I've recognised, now more than ever, that maritime is an industry that belongs to us all. That its future success lies not in the pursuit of narrow national interests, but in a spirit of shared endeavour. That spirit led to the creation of the IMO here in London 75 years ago. It helped evolve the conventions that protect maritime safety, security, and the marine environment throughout the 20th century. And today, as maritime confronts the era-defining challenges of climate crisis and emerging technology, that spirit of multilateralism and partnership is needed again. So I hope in the coming days we build on the welcome progress achieved since the last Assembly. Our work on the Maritime Autonomous Surface Ships Code is ensuring autonomous ships can coexist with conventional vessels. We've taken decisive action to tackle the shadow fleet, including the approval of a regulatory scoping exercise to combat malign shipping practices. We're working closer than ever with the ILO to protect seafarers from workplace violence and harassment. And for a sector that carries 80% of our trade, that supports our businesses, that maintains our way of life, we will continue striving for a future where maritime is not only home to the skilled and diverse workforce of tomorrow, but is also a sector that can grow sustainably. So let me end by reaffirming what a great honour it is for the UK to host this vital organisation. And let me wish you all a successful Assembly. For those attending in person, I hope you enjoy everything that this city has to offer, including its rich maritime heritage. But for all of us, I hope the coming days are full of celebration, collaboration, and new ideas. Because by hearing each other's perspectives, valuing difference, and learning from experience, I am confident that we can, and we will, secure a brighter future for maritime. Thank you.
I thank Secretary of State for the statement and in particular for the unwavering support of the Government of the United Kingdom to the organization. I'm confident that the excellent relations between the host government and IMO will continue to the benefit of both parties. Thank you. I turn now to the proposed agenda for the session of the Assembly and invite the Secretary General to advise the plenary on the relevant recommendation of the meeting of heads of delegation about document A34-1 containing the proposed provisional agenda for the session.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, President, and I'd like to inform the plenary that the heads of delegation at their meeting this morning have recommended the adoption of the provisional agenda as set out in document A34-1. Thank you.
Is there any objection to the adoption of the agenda as mentioned in the document A34-1 as recommended by the Council and the meeting of heads of delegation? I declare the agenda adopted. I invite the Secretary General to report on the relevant recommendation of the meeting of heads of delegation about document A34-1 Rev 1 containing the proposed timetable for the session.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. I'd like to inform the plenary that the heads of delegation have also recommended the adoption of the proposed timetable set out in document A34-1 Rev 1 with the understanding that any further alterations can be made should it become necessary to do so as deliberations progress. Thank you.
May I take it that the Assembly approves the timetable as recommended by the meeting of heads of delegation for the session? The timetable is approved. I wish to advise the Assembly that the plenary will break for lunch at 12:30 and return at 2:30 p.m. for today only. The meeting will close this afternoon at 4:30 p.m. to allow time for preparations to be made for the IMO Awards ceremony, which will be held here in the main hall at 5 p.m. and which will be followed by a reception in the Delegates' Lounge to which you are all invited. Unless advised otherwise, During the remainder of the Assembly, the plenary will start its meetings at 9:30 a.m. and 2:30 p.m., with a lunch break at 12:30 p.m. and with a half-hour breaks at 11 a.m. and 4 p.m. Before concluding our discussions under Agenda Item 1, I wish to pass the floor to a representative of the Secretariat for some further administrative announcements.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon to everyone. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, regarding hybrid capabilities, guidance on hybrid capabilities, please refer to Circular Letter number 4627, Guidance on the Use of IMO Hybrid Meeting Capabilities. At the request of the IMO Council, the Secretariat has implemented changes to the hybrid meeting system to generate a single request to speak list during plenary sessions. The list will combine requests for the floor from both in-person and remote active participants. Using this feature implies changes in the way the microphone system operates and how the floor is requested and given to delegations in the room. The Secretariat will now play a short tutorial video explaining these changes. If you give us just a few seconds, the video will start shortly.
To request the floor, press the button of your microphone once. A green light indicates that your request to speak has been registered. Requests to speak are displayed on dedicated screens in the room and online on Zoom. To withdraw your request, press the microphone button a second time. The green light will turn off and your delegation's name will be removed from the list. When the chair gives the floor to your delegation, your microphone will be activated from the podium. A red light indicates that your microphone is live. When speaking, a banner with your delegation's name and the associated flag or logo will be shown on the video image. One microphone may be shared by two delegations. It is important to press the correct microphone button to avoid the wrong delegation being registered to speak. Delegation cards indicate the seat allocation in the room. Cards are placed alphabetically, row by row, from right to left, then from left to right alternatively, as shown on the following animation. In request to speak mode, it is important to press the microphone only once to avoid your request being removed from the list. Use a microphone button assigned to your delegation only, or the wrong delegation will be registered to speak. Lastly, it is important not to change the positions of the cards in the room. Talk to meeting services staff if changes are required.
Thank you very much. We would also like to refer you to the Hot Topics section of the IMO Docs website if further information is required. On the subject of statements, delegations are urged to send any statements or remarks as far in advance as possible to statements@imo.org. In the email subject, please specify the meeting, delegation, and agenda item. This will assist the interpreters in their work. On the subject of credentials, may I take this opportunity to request delegates that have not already done so to kindly submit their credentials as soon as possible. Moving now to the draft resolutions to be considered at this session. To further enhance multilingualism and support delegates in their work during this assembly, the Secretariat has prepared all draft assembly resolutions in all 6 official IMO languages. Delegates are advised that the new draft resolutions in Arabic, Chinese, and Russian are available on IMO Docs under a newly created Reference Documents tab on the Assembly 34th Session page. We encourage delegates to make use of these resources throughout the session. In terms of housekeeping, it will greatly facilitate proceedings if desks are kept clear of items such as gift bags or other items that might make it difficult to see name cards of delegations or speakers, or may inadvertently activate the microphones on desks. Further housekeeping matters and additional information for participation in IMO meetings have been shown on the screen and can also be found on IMO Docs. A list of presentations of interest to delegates scheduled to take place during the session at the IMO headquarters is provided in document 34J2. Distinguished delegates, as we begin this session of the Assembly, I'd like to take a moment to remind all delegates, observers, and participants of the IMO Code of Conduct to prevent harassment, including sexual harassment, which can be found in Circular Letter Number 4908, applicable to all meetings, events, and activities associated with this Assembly, including the IMO HQ and external venues. This also includes evening functions, social gatherings, and receptions. A QR code with links to the code is also displayed on the screen and can be found at the documents counter. IMO is committed to ensuring that every participant in IMO meetings can engage in a safe, respectful, and inclusive environment. All are expected to conduct themselves with integrity and courtesy towards fellow delegates, colleagues, and Secretariat staff at all times and in all venues associated with the Assembly. We trust we can count on your support in upholding the highest professional and ethical standards that support productive, respectful, and collaborative work throughout the Assembly. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Prempeh. This concludes our deliberations under Agenda Item 1. Distinguished delegates, I invite your attention to Agenda Item 3 and Document A34-3. Rule 20 of the Rules of Procedure of the Assembly provides that the Assembly shall, at the first meeting of each regular session, elect a President, a First Vice President, and a Second Vice President from among the representatives of its members other than associate members. I invite the Secretary General to report on the recommendation of the meeting of heads of delegation on this matter.
Muchas gracias, señor.
Thank you, President. It was the recommendation of the meeting of heads of delegation to elect Her Excellency Madame Marine de Carnet de Tressesson, Ambassador and Permanent Representative of France to the IMO, as President of the 34th regular session of the Assembly. Thank you.
May I inquire if the plenary of the Assembly wishes to endorse the recommendation of the meeting of heads of delegation, namely that Her Excellency Mrs. Marine de Carnet de Tressesson de Koweït-Lagon be be elected as its president? If so, I suggest we express this in the customary manner. Thank you. I therefore declare that the Assembly has agreed to elect by acclamation Her Excellency Mrs. Marine de Carnet de Trécession de Koweït-Lagon, Ambassador and Permanent Representative of France to the International Maritime Organization, as President for its 34th regular session. I congratulate Ambassador de Carnet-Trécession and wish the Assembly and the President every success in their deliberations. I now invite the President to take the chair and to preside over the rest of the session. Thank you.
Merci.
Thank you, Secretary General.
Je garde mes écouteurs.
I've just freed up my headphones. Thank you, Secretary General.
Bonjour, chers délégués, chers représentants.
Good morning, delegates, representatives, both here and online. From the outset, I'd like to say I'm truly honoured to serve as President of this 34th Assembly. Allow me, first of all, to congratulate the President of the 33rd Assembly and to thank the Deputy Permanent Representative for having introduced me, for having done such a good job of pronouncing my name. I know it's a difficult one to pronounce. Thank you very much. I would like to also express my gratitude to those delegations who have proposed and supported my candidacy: the United Kingdom, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Monaco, Chile, Turkey, and of course, all of you. I'm delighted to be working with you here as I am throughout the year. My thanks go first of all to the Secretary General and the Secretariat for their support, because I'm sure I'm going to be needing it. We're all going to be needing it. We know that this is going to be an intense week, and each country will bring some of its beauty, some of its uniqueness, as we already saw last week with the wonderful performances and delicious specialities which were offered to us in the breaks and after the meetings. I'm sure that this is going to be a rich week and that each country will do everything to present what is best about themselves, and we've already seen this morning. That is what makes the beauty of the multilateral system, that provides us with an opportunity to cooperate each with our differences. So we're going to have lots of work, lots of receptions, in particular in the evening. So I'm hoping that the days are going to be more relaxing here in plenary, in the serenity and spirit of IMO, and that you will take the opportunity to work on your French in the next 10 days. I've actually already found out this morning that there are delegations here who speak French perfectly already, and I hope that you are going to encourage others to speak up, and I can promise you there's not going to be an end of assembly test. So thank you to all of you, wishing you all the very best for the assembly. I'm not going to make a long speech. I'm following the Secretary General's example. Thank you once again. I hope we will be able to stick to our timetable so we can take advantage of the receptions. So we will now move on to the election of the first Vice President and a second Vice President in line with rules of the Assembly. Rule 20. I would like to ask the Secretary General to advise the Assembly of the relevant recommendation of the meeting of heads of delegation.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, President. Allow me to begin by thanking the outgoing President of the Assembly and also to thank the outgoing President, His Royal Highness Prince Khalid bin Bandar bin Sultan Al Saud of Saudi Arabia, as well as Her Excellency Ms. Saida Muna Tasneem of Bangladesh and His Excellency Mr. Juan Carlos Gamara Skills of Peru, the outgoing Vice Presidents, for their services to the Assembly and IMO. And I will now report on recommendation of the heads of delegation in respect of the first Vice President and second Vice President of the Assembly. His Excellency, Mr. Hakim Hajoui, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of Morocco to the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, has been recommended to serve the Assembly as first Vice President. And Her Excellency, Dr. Iruthisham Adam, High Commissioner and Permanent Representative of Maldives to IMO, has been recommended to serve as the Assembly as second Vice President. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. So thank you, Secretary General. May I take it that it is the wish of the Assembly to elect His Excellency Mr. Hakim Hajoui of Morocco and as first Vice President, and Her Excellency Dr. Iruthisham Adam of Maldives as second Vice President? If so, I suggest we express such in the customary manner.
Donc, cette Assemblée a élu.
Therefore, Mr. Hakim Hajoui of Morocco, the Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of Morocco to the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland as first Vice President, and Her Excellency Dr. Iruthisham Adam, High Commissioner and Permanent Representative of Maldives to IMO as second Vice President. I congratulate their Excellencies and look forward to working with them during this Assembly. You have the opportunity to request the floor now if you wish to speak.
Le Maroc, s'il vous plaît.
Morocco.
Well, thank you, Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. I would like to begin by congratulating warmly Madam President, Her Excellency Marine de Carney-Tresesson, on her election as President of this 34th session of the IMO Assembly, succeeding His Royal Highness Prince Khalid bin Bandar Al Saud, to whom we extend our sincere appreciation for his outstanding presidency during the last Assembly. On behalf of the Kingdom of Morocco, it is a true honor to serve as first Vice President of this Assembly. And I wish to express my deep gratitude to South Africa, Mexico, Honduras, Peru, and Japan for supporting my nomination, and thank you to the member states for the trust and confidence. A heartfelt congratulations as well to my esteemed colleague and dear friend, Her Excellency Dr. Iruthisham Adam, High Commissioner and Permanent Representative of the Maldives to IMO, for her election as second Vice President. I very much look forward to working closely with you, Madam President, alongside Madam Second Vice President, the IMO Secretariat, and all delegations throughout this session. Thank you. Shukran.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Vice Chair, Ambassador. I can't see anyone else asking for the floor. Oh, yes, there you are.
Je vous en prie.
You have the floor.
Yes, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Distinguished Secretary General, President of the Assembly, Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, and distinguished delegates. At the outset, let me also express my warm congratulations to the Ambassador of France, Her Excellency Mrs. Marine de Carney, As a woman leading this assembly, we are very glad to have a woman in presidency. I would also like to congratulate His Highness, Royal Highness Prince Khalid bin Bandar bin Sultan Al Saud for the exemplary presidency that he has led and also result of success for the Assembly. Let me also at this moment congratulate my colleague, the distinguished Ambassador, His Excellency Hakim Hajoni, for the election, for being elected as the first Vice President. It is a great honor to be elected as the second Vice President of the 34th session of the IMO Assembly. I would like to sincerely express my gratitude to the Secretary General and the Member States for electing the Maldives for this leadership role as it coincides with the Maldives' 60th anniversary of independence and the country's membership in the United Nations. I would like to express gratitude to the distinguished delegations from South Africa for nominating, and also the distinguished Dean and Ambassador of Honduras, distinguished Ambassador of Morocco, for Mexico, Japan, and all other delegations who have supported our nominations. I would also hope that this work is entrusted to the Maldives, and we are deeply humbled by the trust and confidence that you have placed in the Maldives and to me personally to serve the Assembly during this term. I have also been privileged to serve as the second permanent representative of the Republic of Maldives to IMO, continuing the commitment my country has held since joining the organization. For the Maldives, the work of IMO is not abstract. Maldives is a big ocean country, and this is our reality. As a small island developing state with a large ocean country, the Maldives' identity, economy, and resilience are shaped by the ocean that surrounds us. The sea is how our communities stay connected. Let me also say that as a small island states, we depend on secure and efficient maritime transport for essential imports, for tourism, and for maintaining connectivity across our dispersed archipelago. At the same time, climate change and rising sea level pose serious challenges to the Maldives. I would also like to take this opportunity to say, as the second Vice President, I look forward to work alongside the distinguished Madam President and first Vice President to support the mandate and contribute to the constructive and collaborative Assembly. Since President of the Republic of Maldives, His Excellency Dr. Mohamed Muiz assumed office, he has ensured the Maldives foreign policy and multilateral engagement is navigated towards important leadership roles in multilateral forums and constructive contributions. As a case for SIDS, the Maldives remains committed to working closely with all member states to strengthen maritime safety, environmental protection, and capacity building, especially for small island developing states. I look forward to a productive assembly. I wish all the best and congratulate the committee chairs and also all delegates' success in the upcoming council elections. I thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Vice-Présidente.
Thank you, Vice President. I would like to congratulate you once again and to thank the Vice Presidents for their commitment. I'm looking forward to working with you. So, before we go to lunch, which is well deserved, I'm going to give the floor to the Secretary General.
Gracias, señora Presidenta.
Thank you, President. And can I begin, of course, by congratulating the first and second Vice Presidents on their election. Secondly, I'm pleased to invite you all to the IMO Awards ceremony for the International Maritime Prize and the IMO Honours for Exceptional Bravery at Sea, which will take place here in the main hall this afternoon. Plenary is scheduled to close at 4:30 p.m. in order to give the Secretariat time to prepare for the ceremony, which will commence at 5 p.m. You are invited to a reception immediately after the IMO Awards ceremony, which will be held in the Delegates' Lounge on the first floor on the occasion of the 34th regular session of the Assembly, and in honour of the recipients of the IMO awards. Thank you.
Gracias. Merci, Monsieur le Secrétaire Général.
Thank you, Secretary General. To conclude, I would like to inform the Assembly that at the opening of the afternoon session at 2:30 p.m, I intend to invite heads of delegation or other dignitaries who have indicated to the Secretary their wish to make general statements to proceed to do so. I look forward to seeing you back here at 2:30. Before I release you, the delegation of the Philippines would like to make an announcement, I think, but if they aren't here, I will make the announcement for them because I think they've already gone upstairs to the Delegates' Lounge where they are offering lunch. So on the first floor. Thank you very much. See you later.
Sound travels farther and faster underwater than in air. As we explore the issue of underwater noise, we are reminded that even what we cannot see have profound impacts. Today, we come together to understand those impacts and to shape solutions. Excellencies, ministers, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Ginette Testa. I am the ambassador of Panama to IMO, and it is my honor to welcome you to this high-level event of the High Ambition Coalition for a Quiet Ocean. Today, we gather to strengthen our shared commitment to reducing underwater noise pollution. Underwater noise pollution is one of the fastest growing and least recognized threats to the ocean. Commercial shipping, industrial activities, and coastal developments are drastically altering the natural soundscape that marine species rely on to communicate, navigate, migrate, feed, and reproduce. For animals like whales, dolphins, and fish, sound is life. And when human noise overwhelms their environment, entire ecosystems can be disrupted. As global maritime traffic continues to expand, the urgency to reduce underwater noise becomes clearer. Protecting ocean soundscape is essential to maintain healthy and resilient marine biodiversity. Panama has taken a leadership role in the High Ambition Coalition for a Quiet Ocean because our nation is at the center of international maritime activities and holds a deep responsibility to safeguard the ocean. With one of the world's largest ship registry and the Panama Canal, enabling the transit of thousands of ships per year, connecting more than 1,900 ports across 180 maritime routes worldwide. The choice we make have global consequences. As a nation that is both a major hub of maritime transportation and a recognized environment leader, Panama is taking concrete action to ensure that ocean protection and global commerce advance together. We are one of the only 7 carbon-negative countries in the world, and we have surpassed global standards by protecting more than 54% of our exclusive economic zone. Our ongoing measures to reduce ship speeds and underwater noise is critical. Marine habitats demonstrate our capacity to drive ambitious conservation efforts. These steps prove that progress is not only necessary but achievable, reinforcing our commitment to guiding the world toward quieter, healthier oceans where marine development and marine biodiversity can thrive in harmony. To begin our program, I would like to do a short introduction on the High Ambition Coalition for a Quiet Ocean. A healthy ocean is not silent, it sings. Whales call to one another across vast distances. Dolphins chatter. Coral reefs buff with life. But today, those voices are being drowned out. The noise that we are introducing into the ocean from human activities, from shipping, marine development, and other industries' use is relentless, rising and largely unchecked. Noise is not just nuisance. It interrupts vital behaviors of many types of marine animals, unraveling the delicate balance life depends on. Yet this form of pollution, which impacts our entire global ocean, remains one of the least addressed in global ocean governance. This was the motivating factor for Panama to step into a position of leadership and to launch, in partnership with Canada, the High Ambition Coalition for a Quiet Ocean. We are excited to introduce the work of this coalition here at the IMO, where we can work together to tackle the most ubiquitous source of underwater noise pollution, international shipping. The High Ambition Coalition for a Quiet Ocean is a member state-driven initiative led by Canada and Panama dedicated to restoring and protecting the acoustic integrity of marine ecosystems by reducing underwater noise production. Our objectives are to raise global awareness of underwater radiated noise as an environment priority, promote science-based solutions, strengthen international cooperation among governments, industries, scientists, and civil society. Each member country has signed a declaration at the ministerial level in addition to raising awareness and fostering a sense of urgency to address this issue. The declaration contains 4 action points that countries commit to advancing on a voluntary basis, given their unique national circumstances. These are advancing new policies at the IMO to support the design and operation of quieter ships, creating marine protected areas that account for natural ocean soundscapes, reducing vessel impacts on sensitive marine wildlife through practical and effective measures, and supporting capacity building and sharing tools, data, and knowledge to assess and reduce ocean noise. The coalition was effectively launched at the UN Ocean Conference held in Nice, France, this last June. The event featured the initial signing of the declaration and featured high-level speakers from 6 countries: Canada, Panama, Belgium, Dominican Republic, Mexico, and Peru. Also present and signing were ministers and ambassadors from Spain, Guatemala, Chile, and Uruguay, the European Commission, the International Maritime Organization, BIMCO, the Inuit Circumpolar Council, and multiple environmental NGOs. Panama is proud to report that before today, 37 countries have become members of the High Ambition Coalition for a Quiet Ocean. We are pleased today to welcome a new member state joining the coalition, and we are extend our gratitude to countries already actively engaged, including Belgium, Mexico, and the Netherlands, and many partners represented here today. Together, we are building momentum toward a quieter, healthier ocean for future generations. Being Canada and Panama the leading countries for the coalition, it is my honor now to invite Mr. Arun Tangera, Deputy Minister of Transportation of Canada, to deliver his remarks.
Good afternoon, and thank you to all of you for being here today. When we think of Canada's landscape and its country, we often think about mountains and forests, clear lakes, and Arctic tundra. But one of our greatest and our perhaps least appreciated assets is our ocean. Canada has the longest coastline in the world that stretches over 240,000 kilometers and touches 3 great oceans: the Atlantic, the Pacific, and the Arctic. These waters are not just borders on a map. They are the cornerstone of our blue economy. It supports global trade, drives coastal economies, and connects us to international markets. But today, our oceans face growing environmental pressures, from warming waters to pollution and overfishing, and an emerging issue that's often overlooked: underwater noise from vessels. We know that underwater noise affects over 130 marine species globally, ranging from large mammals to small invertebrates, which rely on sound to communicate, navigate, and find food. In the Canadian context, the southern resident killer whales off the coast of British Columbia depend on echolocation to hunt salmon and communicate with each other. Canada has taken a number of steps domestically in collaboration with the shipping industry, with ports, and with universities to respond to this issue. This includes by increasing approach distance for whales, implementing slowdowns for vessels both large and small, creating no-go areas where whales can take refuge, and researching, testing, and deploying technological solutions to build quieter ships. All of these have resulted in demonstrable reductions in noise in the southern resident whale's critical habitat. But we recognized early on that this was not an issue that can be solved on our own. Shipping is a global industry, and the standards that shape tomorrow's vessels must be global in nature. One country alone cannot make a difference. This is why, since 2017, Canada has encouraged work on underwater noise from vessels at the International Maritime Organization. While Canada is not a major shipbuilding nation, we are committed to working with member states in the maritime industry and underwater noise experts to develop strong underwater noise standards and achieve a shared vision for the design and construction of quieter vessels. For example, Canada helped organize the IMO's second Energy Efficiency and Underwater Noise Workshop held earlier this month, where the growing momentum on technological advances and synergies in this area were highlighted. The good news is many of the solutions align with other efforts on energy efficiency, biofouling, and other marine environment concerns. A quieter ship is often a more efficient ship. A vessel with a clean hull has reduced underwater noise, lower emissions, and reduced risk of spreading invasive species through biofouling. The High Ambition Coalition for a Quiet Ocean is an opportunity to leverage the work happening at the IMO and to increase global awareness of these synergies and opportunities. This coalition is a testament to the global commitment to raise awareness, share solutions, and take coordinated action. Ultimately, protecting our ocean is not just an environmental priority, it is an economic imperative. The blue economy underpins jobs, trade, food security, and long-term growth. By working to quiet our waters, we're strengthening the resilience of marine industries, supporting coastal livelihoods, and ensuring that future generations inherit oceans that continue to generate opportunity and prosperity. We thank the many countries who have joined the coalition to date, and we look forward to welcoming more signatories in the coming days and weeks. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy Minister, for those insightful and encouraging remarks. Now, I have the pleasure to welcome Mr. Ramon Franco, our Director of Merchant Marine of the Panama Maritime Authority, to share his remarks.
Your Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, representatives of governments, international organizations, the maritime sectors, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to address you on this meaningful occasion for the protection of our oceans and the strengthening of our multilateral action. On June 10th, 2025, in Nice, France, during the third United Nations Ocean Conference, we witnessed an historic milestone, the official launch of the High Ambition Coalition for a Silent Ocean, an initiative led by Panama and Canada, which brought together 37 states committed to reducing underwater noise pollution. It was the first time that a global political coalition was established with the specific goal of addressing ocean noise as a key threat to marine biodiversity and ecosystem resilience. On that occasion, as our Minister of Environment powerfully stated, far too often, ocean noise has been marginalized in the global environmental discourse. With this coalition, we commit to taking decisive action to protect marine biodiversity from this invisible yet powerful threat. And it was rightly concluded that protecting marine life, in addition to being an environmental issue, is also a social and economic imperative. This coalition unites us to act with ambition and urgency, defending the ecological balance and the natural wealth of our oceans. Today, we renew that spirit and determination as we celebrate a new chapter, the second official signing of this coalition with the incorporation of new states that have chosen to join this global cause. We are deeply grateful for their commitment. Their decision to adhere to this initiative strengthened the collective leadership this coalition embodies and broadens the reach of our actions to achieve quieter seas and healthier ecosystems. Underwater noise pollution continues to be one of the least visible, yet most disruptive threats to marine life. It directly interferes with the ability of many species to communicate, navigate, feed, and migrate. For this reason, addressing this form of pollution is not optional. It is a shared responsibility. The coalition, bringing together governments, indigenous communities, leaders from the shipping industry, scientists, and civil society organizations, is a platform for international cooperation, a tool to transform our practices and to move towards a maritime model that is quieter, more innovative, and more respectful of life beneath the surface. The road ahead is long, but the step we take today reaffirms that political will and collective action can make a difference. To the countries joining us today, we offer our warmest welcome. This is undoubtedly an urgent task, but it is also a historic opportunity to build together a legacy of respect, balance, and conservation for future generations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Director, for your contribution and engagement. Now, we move to the central moment of our program, and I invite countries present who are joining the coalition today to come to the front to sign the High Ambition Coalition for a Quiet Ocean. I think in this case will be Monaco. Please. Yes. We are honored by your commitment, and we will now hear the ministerial remarks of the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of Monaco, Mrs. Isabel Rosa Brunetto. To take the floor, please.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, pursuant to what we said this morning, I will be very short. Underwater noise from human activities has become an environmental and even geopolitical emergency. It undermines marine biodiversity, threatens vital food resources, and directly affects the communities which livelihoods depend on the sea. Our technologies and our maritime practices are driving underwater noise to unprecedented levels. Without a profound shift in our policies, the situation could soon become irreversible. And because tackling underwater noise will only succeed if we act in a coordinated manner, I wish to thank Canada and Panama for their initiative. Scientific knowledges exist. Solutions do exist. What is still too often missing is our collective determination to implement them. Monaco has chosen to act, and to act everywhere. At the UN Doha, at the CBD, at the IUCN, at the IWC, and recently supported the creation of a particularly sensitive sea area in the Mediterranean with our neighboring friends from Italy, France, and Spain. Monaco supported, as soon as 2010, the setup of the first international guidelines of mitigating underwater noise within the ACOBAMS Convention. Then it makes no doubt, this high-ambition coalition for a quiet ocean fits squarely within our long-standing commitment, and we are proud to have joined today the coalition. We hope that very many other countries will join us. Thank you. Merci.
Thank you, Monaco. We have another country that is also going to sign the High Ambition Coalition. In this case, we are talking about the Kingdom of the Netherlands. We now welcome our next distinguished speaker, His Excellency Robert Tiemann, to come and sign the High Ambition Coalition and deliver his remarks.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, on behalf of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, much appreciation for the efforts of Canada and Panama. Thank you for your leadership in developing the High Ambition Coalition initiative. Your commitment to advancing green shipping and protecting our shared oceans sets an example for all of us here. The Netherlands is proud to be a member of this coalition. Our country has a deep and long-standing interest in the protection of marine biodiversity. The health of our oceans is not only an environmental priority, but also a foundation of global trade, food security, and climate stability. Marine biodiversity is something special, and once lost, it cannot easily be restored. This makes our collective action today both urgent as well as essential. The Netherlands places great importance of energy efficiency as part of our climate commitments. Due to the advantages of energy efficiency and reduction of underwater noise, we view this environmental topic as fully aligned with our broader sustainability agenda. However, none of these climate ambitions can be achieved by one country alone. Protecting marine biodiversity and transforming the global fleet requires a strong cooperation, shared ambition, and coordinated action across our borders. The High Ambition Coalition embodies exactly that spirit. As a maritime nation, the Netherlands can bring significant expertise in sustainable shipping technology and innovation. We believe that this expertise can contribute meaningfully to the coalition's goals. With one of the world's largest and busiest ports, the Port of Rotterdam, the Netherlands is aware of how shipping-related noise affects marine life. But we also know it's solvable. Unlike many forms of pollution, underwater noise disappears the moment it is reduced at the source. If we succeed in implementing quieter and more efficient vessel designs, the improvement of marine species will be immediate and profound. It is with pleasure that the Netherlands signs this document. It is a big call to work towards a quieter, cleaner, and more sustainable future for our oceans. Let's put our shoulders to the wheel and let's make some noise to quiet the oceans. Thank you very much.
Thank you to the Netherlands. We now turn to our next speaker. I invite Ambassador of Mexico to the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, Her Excellency Josefa González Blanco Ortiz Mena.
Thank you very much. Dear delegates, firstly, Mexico would like to thank Canada and Panama for the presentation of the High Ambition Coalition for a Quiet Ocean. In particular, we appreciate Mr. Ramon Franco, head of American Navy of the Panama Maritime Authority, and Ambassador Ginette Destin, for hosting us today and for promoting these new policies within the IMO to mitigate the impact of the ship noise in the marine life, especially marine life. And congratulations to the Netherlands for joining. For Mexico, this is a priority, and that is why we are a proud member of the coalition. We agree on the importance of incorporating the acoustic dimension into the oceans management and the complete to the current conservative measures. And also, we need to strengthen the national capacity and develop the baseline study to assess the legal and technical feasibilities and economic impacts. This is why Mexico has joined the coalition to combine efforts and protect our marine diversity habitat. We encourage very many other countries to do the same. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for Her Excellency. Now, I am pleased to invite Ambassador of Belgium to the United Kingdom, His Excellency Joren Koreman, to take the floor.
Distinguished ministers, esteemed colleagues, honored guests. In June 2025, Belgium was proud to join Panama, Canada, and many other partners in committing to reduce underwater noise in our oceans. And I'm very pleased to see that more countries are joining the coalition today. Because indeed, the science is unambiguous. Ocean noise pollution poses a serious threat to marine ecosystems, affecting species that rely on sound for communication, navigation, and survival. By joining the High Ambition Coalition for a Quiet Ocean, Belgium endorsed a forward-looking and truly global framework for action. We pledge to promote best practices, encourage the development of innovative technologies, and reinforce multilateral cooperation to tackle this growing challenge. Belgium will continue to play an active role in the International Maritime Organization. At the 12th session of the Subcommittee on Ship Design and Construction in January 2026, we will have the honor of chairing the expert group on underwater noise, helping to guide the collective technical work needed to reduce noise from ships. Our engagement does not stop at the international level. Belgium is also implementing the Coalition's commitments at home. This summer, we launched a nationwide public awareness campaign on underwater noise, and in December, we will host a technical workshop bringing together scientists, industry, and civil society to develop practical and effective solutions. Belgium remains fully committed to achieving quieter oceans and to working closely with partners around the world to protect our shared marine environment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, His Excellency. Now, may I ask all the coalition members to please come forward to sign the declaration? All the representatives of the countries that signed the High Ambition Coalition, if they come forward, please, because we are going to make a family picture, we want to call it. ¿Dónde va a ser?
Devant la cloche. In front of the...
Yeah. Maybe you hear the ones that are the new signatories on the top.
Yeah.
It's strange.
Thank you very much to all member states of the High Ambition Coalition, and we invite new members to join this coalition. You can approach Canada or Panama, and have a very good afternoon and a good assembly session.
si ellos tomaron ahora, leyeron el código.
Can you hear me? Look at me. Can you hear me? Yeah?
Testing. 1, 2. Testing. 1, 2. Testing. Testing. 1, 2. Testing.
Merci, cher représentant.
Thank you to all delegates. I would like to ask you all please to sit down, find your places, and I am going to ask the heads of delegation and other dignitaries to make their general statements. And I will give the floor to those who want to address the Assembly and who have let the Secretariat of the IMO know. So please approach the External Relations Officer staff as soon as possible should you wish to include the name of a representative of your delegation to address the Assembly. This is because no new entries will be added to our list after 5:30 p.m. today. And given that we expect that many speakers will ask to address the Assembly, I would appreciate it very much if speeches do not exceed 5 minutes. And a timing device has been set up on the lectern to inform speakers of the time that they have left to speak. And now I will give the floor to the first speaker, and that will be remotely. It'll be Mr. Oles Kuleba, Vice Prime Minister for the Restoration of Ukraine and Minister for the Development of Communities and Territories of Ukraine. The floor is yours, Mr. Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam President, Secretary General, distinguished delegates. Safe, secure, and efficient shipping on clean ocean. This is the core vision of the International Maritime Organization, and today this vision is being systematically undermined by one of its members. Russia has been striking the merchant vessels, destroying port infrastructure and mine waterways. The Black and Azov Seas, long-standing corridors of global trade, are being turned into zones of terror. Civilian ports have become military targets. Only recently, I have visited the port of Chernomorsk. I saw with my own eyes the aftermath of Russian missile strike on a civilian ferry terminal. A merchant ship under a foreign flag was hit. Ukrainian seafarers were killed, others were injured. The attacks are regular, brutal, and international. The port of Izmail was recently bombed, resulting in the destruction of the Ingulsky dredger, the backbone of Ukraine's dredging fleet. Russian drones set fire to a gas tanker under the Turkish flag. That fire raged for 2 days, completely halting port operators. Ukraine's only shipyard on the Danube in Kilia has been destroyed. In the Mykolaiv region, dozens of foreign-flagged vessels remain blocked. Port waters are heavily mined. The destruction of Kakhovka Dam triggered an environmental disaster and physically cut off inland waterways access to the sea. Russia is doing all of this right now in Ukraine. There is not a collateral damages. This is a systematic campaign of maritime terror. Madam President, despite these horrors, Ukrainian seafarers continue their work. They sail across the world, serving global trade under immense psychological and physical pressure. Ukraine's Black Sea corridor has already enabled for export of over 160 million tons of cargo, including 90 million tons of grain, to 55 countries. Even under constant attack, Ukraine remains a guarantor of a global food security. Meanwhile, Russia is expanding its shadow fleet, vessels operating outside IMO rules, polluting and endangering other ships. Ukraine welcomes the IMO's correspondence group on fraudulent registration and shadow fleet activity, but more must be done. We need effective coordination, harmonized sanctions, accountability for ship owners and financiers, satellite and drone surveillance, and strict enforcement of maritime law. And now, Madam President, I must raise the crucial issue before this Assembly. Russia cannot and must not be elected to the IMO Council. A country that bombs ports, blockades grain, kills seafarers, and dismantles navigation system cannot be trusted to govern maritime safety. Electing Russia to the Council would be a betrayal of everything this organization stood for. It would signal that a state can violate all the rules with no repercussions. It would gravely endanger the IMO's integrity, hardly won through years of brilliant service and expertise. Ukraine urges all member states not to support Russia's candidacy, sending a clear and united message. Aggressions at sea has consequences. Violence will not be rewarded with leadership. Distinguished delegates, we thank all who stand with Ukraine in defending the freedom of navigation. We urge the Assembly to protect the credibility of the IMO. The sea must remain a space for navigation, not a zone of unpunished aggression. The IMO must act accordingly. Thank you. Have a great Assembly for the safe and secure oceans.
Je remercie.
Thank you very much to the Vice Prime Minister of Ukraine. I will now call on Mr. Tuelupe Aotelepumu-Linuku Onesemo, the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Works, Transport and Infrastructure of Samoa. The floor is yours.
Madam President, Secretary General, Honourable Ministers, Head of Delegations, distinguished delegates and observers, ladies and gentlemen. Talofalava and warm greetings. It is both an honour and a privilege to address this esteemed Assembly on behalf of the government and the people of Samoa. I extend our heartfelt appreciation to the International Maritime Organization for its unwavering commitment to safe, secure, and sustainable shipping across the globe. Our sincere congratulations to you, Madam President, on your appointment as the chair of the 34th regular session of IMO Assembly. We also commend the Secretary General, Mr. Asino Dominguez, and the IMO Secretariat for their continued commitment to the advancement of maritime safety, security, and environmental protections. Excellencies, Samoa stands in full support of IMO Charter and its critical work in shaping the future of global maritime governance. We commend the organization's leadership in advancing international standards, promoting decarbonization, and enhancing maritime safety and security. The IMO's initiatives, whether through regulatory work framework, technical cooperations, or capacity building, are vital to the resilience and prosperity of all member states, especially small island developing states like Samoa. However, as we gather here in London, I must also draw attention to the unique and pressing challenges faced by Pacific Island nations. Excellencies, firstly, our geographical isolation in the Pacific Ocean and connectivity to the world. Our vast ocean distances and limited economies of scale result in disproportionately high shipping costs. For Samoa and our Pacific states, maritime transport is not just a mode of trade, it is a lifeline. Yet, the cost of shipment remains a barrier to development, trade competitiveness, food security, and more importantly, small vulnerable economies. Yet, Pacific states have no representation in the decision table of IMO, the Council. Excellencies, but as custodian of the vast ocean space, Pacific states are committed to safeguarding our marine ecosystem. We support initiatives that enhance marine biodiversity protection, combat marine pollution, and promote sustainable maritime practices. Samoa's recent access to full membership of the IHO and the Southwest Pacific Hydrographic Commission, along with the modernization of our navigational charts into electronic navigational charts using Samoa's unique prefix, represent major milestone in our maritime development. From the Apia Ocean Declaration adopted by the Commonwealth leaders in Samoa 2024, we recognize the critical role of maritime transport in a global economy and called for ambitious, appropriate, and affordable actions, taking into account the IMO 2023 strategy for the reduction of greenhouse gases for ships. Similarly, Samoa's Marine Spatial Plan, launched at the Commonwealth Heads of Government Meeting 2024, established an ocean management system for 100% of Samoa waters, fully protecting 30% in a network of marine protected areas to improve biodiversity and ocean resilience. Excellencies, for Pacific region is on the front lines of climate change. Rising sea levels, intensifying storms and coastal erosions threaten our ports, infrastructure, and communities. We urge the IMO to continue its leadership in reducing greenhouse gas emissions from shipping and to ensure that climate resilience is embedded in all maritime strategies. Samoa supports the IMO 2023 strategy on the reduction of greenhouse emissions for ships. Regionally and locally, a lot of support from the traditional partners, and we commend the continued support for SITS and the Pacific through capacity building, technology transfers, and access to climate finances to ensure a just and equitable transition to low and zero carbon shipping. Thus, we acknowledge with appreciation the contribution of the government of Japan, UN Development Program, and Asia Development Bank for their financial and technical support in implementing these initiatives. On environmental safeguards and operational needs, we thank the Marine Environment Protection Committee and the Secretariat for their efforts in developing regulations and policies, and in particular, the Zero Framework. While Samoa supports the global ambitions to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, we respectfully urge IMO members and the committee to reconsider the proposed measures. It is essential to strike a balance between environmental responsibilities and the operability, affordability, and food security needs of SITs like Samoa. Thirdly, Samoa deeply values the IMO support for capacity building, continued investment in training, technology transfer, and institutional strengthening is essential for enabling Pacific nations to meet international obligations and participate fully in maritime governance. Excellencies, for SITs like Samoa, investment in maritime workforce is essential, and we continue to prioritize training, certifications, and welfare of our seafarers and maritime professionals. We encourage the IMO to expand its support for regional maritime training institutions and to promote social safeguards in our side of the world. Maritime safety and regional cooperation. Samoa appreciates the valuable assistance provided through the Pacific Partnerships 2025, led by United States, Australia, and the New Zealand government, and the France Coast Guard and Navy, which has significantly strengthened our national capabilities in maritime search and rescue and oil spill responses. On recent experience led by the Mananui regional operations demonstrates our dedication to maritime environmental protection and regional cooperation. Samoa continues to benefit from regional partnerships such as the Pacific Maritime Safety Program with Maritime New Zealand. This collaboration has supported ship safety, capacity building, and legislative reforms. As part of our IMSA's audit corrective actions, we are reviewing and updating our Shipping Act to ensure full alignment with all IMO instruments for Samoa. These human dimensions must remain central to our regulatory and operational dimensions. Excellencies, we value genuine partnerships and through technical cooperations and employment support. As SIDS, Samoa values the continued support of IMO through Australia and the New Zealand government in collaboration with our regional GROP agencies, SPC and SPRIP, through the integrated technical cooperations and IMO global program. Excellencies, we would like to acknowledge the support from our shipping companies that are supporting providing employment for Samoa seamen. Mediterranean Shipping Company, the Swire, and Back Offshore Holdings from Singapore. We thank you for the support, continuous support with our small economies. To conclude, Madam President, we call upon the IMO and its member states to prioritize inclusive and regionally sensitive solutions. This includes supporting the development of sustainable maritime transport systems in SIDS, facilitating access to climate finance for port adaptations and green shipping technologies, enhancing regional cooperation and knowledge sharing across the Pacific, and more importantly, consider most vulnerable members of our organization around the decision tables. Last but not least, we extend our heartfelt thanks to the people and the City of London for their warm hospitality. Samoa remains committed to working collaboratively with all member states to advance the goals of IMO, ensure a safe, secure, and sustainable maritime future for all. Whaftai soifua.
Je remercie le vice-président.
Thank you very much, the Deputy Prime Minister of Samoa. Let me please remind you all that you do all need to keep your speeches to 5 minutes, if at all possible. I now give the floor to Mr. Abdulkadir Uraloglu, Minister of Transport and Infrastructure of Turkey. The floor is yours.
Sayın Genel Sekreter,
Mr. Secretary General, Madam President, honorable ministers, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of my country and my government, I extend my respectful greetings to you all. And it's a great pleasure to come together with the international maritime community on the occasion of the 34th Assembly of the IMO. Since its establishment, the IMO has served as the key guarantor of safety, security, and environmental protection in international maritime transport. Today, while the maritime sector continues to serve as the backbone of the global economy, it is also confronted with profound transformations and significant challenges. The green transition, digitalization, maritime safety and security, the human element, inclusiveness, sustainability and resilience constitute the main pillars of this evolving landscape. Turkey remains fully committed to strengthening international cooperation in these areas and to contributing actively to the work of the IMO. In recent years, global maritime transport has been directly affected by geopolitical tensions, supply chain disruptions, and regional instabilities. The concentration of crises along major maritime routes has made the safety and sustainability of global trade more critical than ever. The threats and challenges facing key waterways have also led to shifts in trade routes, resulting in longer voyage distances. These changes have increased both energy costs and carbon emissions. These developments underscore the need to strengthen global maritime transport, not only economically, but also against geopolitical and environmental risks. In this regard, I firmly believe that we must work collectively to ensure that our seas and oceans remain zones of peace, prosperity, and cooperation. This is a shared responsibility of the IMO and all member states. Reducing the environmental impact of maritime transport is another essential responsibility we share.
we view the IMO's 2023 strategy on reduction of greenhouse gas emissions as a historic milestone. Turkey strongly supports the global emissions reduction targets. However, we are convinced that solutions must be developed at the global level within the IMO framework rather than through fragmented regional measures. In this context, the pertinent question is, how can we further advance the work undertaken within the IMO regarding the green transition? In moving forward with the IMO's work on the green transition, we believe that a fair, balanced and inclusive approach is essential for determining future measures. Distinguished participants, our seas are not solely the roots of our trade, they also carry the future of our shared prosperity. The future of the maritime sector is being shaped by digital transformation. We must seize the opportunities offered by the new technologies and automation while ensuring maritime safety, security and environmental protection. Once again, an inclusive and phased approach will enable us to make further progress. The maritime sector is fundamentally dependent on human skill, labor and expertise. At a time when global demand for seafarers is steadily increasing, their welfare, training and motivation remain essential components of sustainable maritime transport. As you would recall, during the COVID-19 pandemic, restrictions on the movements of seafarers brought global shipping close to a standstill. We all acknowledged then that seafarers play an indispensable role in world trade. And today we must address with utmost care the visa challenges faced by seafarers traveling to join their ships. And just as before, we must work to remove these obstacles. Doing so will be another step towards strengthening our sector. Meaningful progress towards IMO's objectives is possible only when all countries can participate equally in this process. Technical cooperation is the strongest means of ensuring that no member state is left behind. In the context of the green and digital transitions, paying particular attention to the needs of developing countries will contribute significantly to achieving a just transition in the maritime sector. In this regard, strengthening IMO's technical cooperation mechanisms in a more accessible, balanced and results-oriented manner is essential. Turkey will continue to share her knowledge and expertise with all member states in need through technical assistance, capacity building and bilateral cooperations. Finally, we are completing our domestic procedures regarding the 2021 IMO Convention amendments, which will allow for an expanded council, more equitable geographical representation and extended council terms. We call upon all member states to accept these amendments without delay to enable their prompt entry into force. Our seas are not boundaries that divide us, but the foundation of a shared vision that unites us. In this spirit, I reaffirm Turkey's commitment to working with all member states for a greener, safer, more sustainable and more resilient maritime sector, and I kindly request your support for Turkey's candidacy for the Council. I express my sincere gratitude on behalf of my country and my nation. Thank you.
Je remercie le ministre.
Thank you very much to the Minister of Transport of Turkey, and I now invite His Excellency Mr. Saeed bin Hamud bin Saeed Al Mawali, Minister of Transport, Communications and Information Technology of Oman. Mr. Minister, the floor is yours.
Madam President, Secretary General, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I am honored as we meet today to address this distinguished gathering on behalf of the Sultanate of Oman, a nation whose history, present and future are deeply and inextricably linked to the sea, which makes up a part of our national identity. From this rich maritime heritage, we launch our vision for the future towards a safer, more sustainable and more prosperous sea. Thus, it is our pleasure to submit the Sultanate's candidacy for the IMO Council membership category C, based on our firm belief in our ability to be an active and constructive partner in supporting the organization's objectives and promoting its principles of safety, security, and protection of the marine environment. Distinguished delegates, the Sultanate of Oman's efforts in the maritime sector are based on several strategic pillars, namely supporting the rights of seafarers, where the Sultanate is committed to upholding the rights of seafarers in accordance with the Maritime Labour Convention of 2006. It has concluded 14 memoranda of understanding for the mutual recognition of seafarers' certificates, and we are currently working on signing 10 additional agreements. And the number of registered certificate recognitions has reached 390 international recognitions. As for, or in the area of maritime security and safety, there are coordinated efforts between government agencies and the private sector to protect the coasts and water of Oman. The Oman Maritime Security Center focuses on improving monitoring and response systems and develops strategies to combat maritime threats such as piracy and smuggling. In relation to infrastructure and navigation services, the Asyad Group plays a pivotal role and is considered the integrated logistics arm of the Sultanate. It operates as a global logistics provider and contributes to the improvement of transport, shipping, and storage capabilities within and outside the Sultanate. And the Omani National Hydrographic Office conducts marine surveys and produces nautical charts in accordance with the standards of the IHO. And that is to fulfill marine safety obligations and enhance the efficiency of hydrographic services. In the area of green energy transition, the Sultanate aims to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050 in line with Oman Vision 2040. Ambitious initiatives and projects include the use of clean fuels in ships and the transformation of ports into green ports powered by liquefied natural gas and electricity. The Sultanate has launched cultural maritime initiatives, the most prominent being the voyage of the Shabab Oman II ship that has carried the Sultanate's message of peace and friendship amongst peoples, building bridges of communication among nations. And the Sultanate is also conducting a comprehensive study to identify PSSAs, particularly sensitive sea areas, with the aim of protecting whales and marine life. As for empowering women in the maritime sector, the Sultanate believes that women play a pivotal role in developing the blue economy. Today, women are present as seafarers, engineers, instructors, and researchers, and we celebrate the International Day for Women in Maritime annually. Distinguished delegates, this is Oman, a nation of peace, cooperation, and sustainability. Should the Sultanate be entrusted for the IMO Council membership category C, it will operate in a balanced and forward-looking manner that upholds the values of shared responsibility, enhances opportunities for cooperation with other member states, and contributes to achieving the IMO's aspirations and goals for a safer and more prosperous maritime future. On behalf of the government of the Sultanate of Oman, we extend our sincere thanks and appreciation for your trust and support and for your commitment to a more sustainable, secure, and resilient shipping sector for future generations who deserve a clean sea and a sustainable, just future. Thank you very much and enjoy your evening.
Je remercie le
I thank the Minister from the Sultanate of Oman, and I now call upon Mr. Vasilios Kikilias, Minister of Maritime Affairs and Insular Policy of Greece. You have the floor, sir. Kalimera.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, we are so many, so I will try to be brief and to the point in respect to all member states of the IMO, Mr. Secretary General, Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates. But first of all, ladies and gentlemen, my deepest appreciation to all delegations present. I am Vasilis Kikilias, Minister of Shipping of Greece, a small country with a huge maritime tradition and the privilege and honor of representing 20% of the global fleet. Yet, nothing is taken for granted. On the contrary, we respect, support, and cherish all opinions in terms of the IMO, of legislation, in terms of a safe, sustainable, and efficient framework, one that can only be represented through the International Maritime Organization, which means that all efforts should be made in terms of your respected opinions, in terms of being able to agree in a global framework within the organization. I think that we all can come to a conclusion that patchworks of different implementations in terms of frameworks in countries, regions, continents, and so on, can only guide to a very difficult global commerce. And 80 to 90% of global commerce is done through the sea, which means that we hold a great power in our hands. And we should very carefully and with great respect to one another deal with green energy, pollution, environmental matters, together with competitiveness and the ability to the average global family to be able to live in prosperity, which means energy prices, inflation, and prices of commercial goods, which we carry through our seas globally, play a key role together with environmental frameworks and what we need to push forward in terms of inheriting a better planet for our children. So, first of all, Greece unequivocally condemns all attacks against commercial ships. Unfortunately, 2025 going to 2026, this is a reality we have to face, and we should all unite against piracies. It is unacceptable. It's a big problem for global commerce. Secondly, in terms of the IMO Council, we have respected the IMO, supported the IMO, had the privilege of having as General Secretary in the past in the highest leadership position in the IMO, and feel that through the IMO we must come together, negotiate in good faith, and find solutions in terms of the future. And we accept that maybe nobody can have 100% of what they seek through agreements like that, but the best possible effort must be done to be able to have a main framework of agreement in terms of working and trying to find solutions together. We do believe in global measures. We do believe that global measures must combine environmental ambition with economic and operational realism and fairness. We do believe that the transition must be carefully managed to avoid economic and technological shocks. It is important to ensure the international rules are not mere punitive mechanism. Many of you have underlined that same thing in the past, and we also point out that we need to have realistic timelines as well as reward mechanisms able to benefit all shipping models. Is it an honor for us to be Category A members and ask for your vote? Of course it is. But it's practical too. This is what we have been doing all our lives. We're shipmen. We traveled around the globe. We believed in commerce. We've built from Odysseus until today our history, our heritage, our economy, and our future through the sea. And we humbly ask you to take this into consideration and give us the ability to keep on pushing forward and work for not just our rights or our people's rights, but for a global framework that suits everybody, that respects the current fuel, which is LNG, and that gives the opportunity for all of us to work together and succeed in a lot. Definitely, the things that unite us are much, much stronger than the ones that divide us. Mr. General Secretary, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much.
Je remercie le ministre.
I thank the Minister of Maritime Affairs and Insular Policy of Greece, and I now call upon Mr. Oscar Puente Santiago, Minister for Transport and Sustainable Mobility, Spain. You have the floor, sir.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think that we need a slightly higher podium to stand on. Secretary General, Excellencies and distinguished delegates, as Minister of Transport and Sustainable Mobility for the Government of Spain, it's an honour for me to address the Assembly at its 34th session. Madam President, congratulations on your election, and I wish you and the Secretary General every success. Excellencies, the maritime sector and the IMO are facing ever more complex global challenges. Climate change, conflicts, geopolitical tensions, and disruptions to vital shipping routes pose some of the most serious risks facing global maritime trade. Nor should we forget other risks, such as fraudulent registration and records, substandard ships, illegal operations, all of which distort the global playing field and have a bearing on the governance of the oceans. Secretary General, Excellencies, in a rapidly changing world where there is no shortage of voices calling for an end to multilateralism, it is essential to remember our main objective as an organisation, which is none other than providing a system of cooperation between governments. This intergovernmental cooperation has enabled the IMO to successfully advance in creating a regulatory framework for the maritime sector throughout its more than 75 years of existence. Therefore, as a central, key and clear element of the Spanish government's foreign policy, we hereby express our firmest commitment and support for the maintenance of multilateralism and the values that it represents. Because, colleagues, what is the opposite of multilateralism? Unilateralism, the law of the strongest. And that will lead ultimately to chaos. It's awful to have to explain these things at the moment that we're in, but we do. The government of Spain has drawn up and relies on a foreign policy strategy that sets out Spain's roadmap on the international stage and reaffirms our country's commitment to international law and the defence of human rights, while at the same time committing to preserving, reforming and strengthening the multilateral system currently in crisis, and this through a coherent, modern and open foreign policy. And allow me now, please, to assess the work of the IMO and the role of Spain over the past 2 years. International maritime transport faces the dual challenge of decarbonisation and the need to transition to cleaner energy sources. Spain has always been committed and will continue always to be committed to a global regime that addresses the reduction of emissions, avoiding the coexistence of different applicable regional systems. And therefore, you will not be surprised when I confess that we had hoped to take the opportunity of this Assembly to congratulate each and every one of us on the adoption of the IMO's net zero emissions framework, and we do trust that the one-year deadline agreed by the MEPC will serve to return us to the path of consensus and allow us to address existing differences and concerns in a climate of genuine cooperation. And I am pleased to announce the recent approval of the National Action Plan for the Decarbonisation of Maritime Transport, which together with Spain's maritime strategy for 2025 to 2050 will shape our maritime policy over the coming decades. Spain is happy to share its experience in developing both these instruments with member states within the framework of the IMO's ITCP, the Integrated Technical Cooperation Programme, as a sign of our commitment to strengthening capacity building. But I would also like to say that we cannot close our eyes and just hope that our national strategies and what we do will solve decarbonisation. It's only if we do something about GHG gases as a global phenomenon will we be able to do anything. It has to be at global level. So Spain continues to promote actions in favour of ocean conservation and marine biodiversity. Spain has recently joined the High Ambition Coalition for a Quiet Ocean, and I encourage you to endorse the declaration which was adopted at the Nice Ocean Conference, which is open for signature during this assembly, as the delegations from Canada and Panama reminded us this morning. And I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate both those delegations for leading this initiative, which seeks to address the threats posed by the increase in underwater noise in the oceans. Distinguished delegates, it was an honour for our country to host the IMO World Maritime Day parallel event for 2024 in Barcelona, whose theme was Navigating the Future, Safety First. The parallel event in Barcelona brought together 3 Secretaries General of specialised agencies of the United Nations, the IMO, UNCTAD, and the WMO, the World Meteorological Organization, with whom I had the pleasure of engaging in dialogue on the 2024 theme, which, in my opinion, was a milestone in terms of the parallel event. I am coming to the end of my speech, President. Spain has once again made a significant contribution to the good governance of the IMO by chairing the Council for a second consecutive term through our alternate permanent representative. And we are very proud of this work at the head of the Council presidency, which recognises the work done by Spain and allows us to continue to play a leading role in the main decisions taken by the IMO. And in order to navigate, adapt to and prosper in the complex international environment we live in today, Spain offers cooperation, commitment, coordination and consensus. We hope to once again earn the trust of the Assembly so that Spain can be part of the Council and so that together with all the member states of the IMO we can build and promote sustainable, flexible and resilient maritime transport that adopts green technologies, prioritises the energy transition, digitalisation and greater international cooperation so that we can ensure that no one is left behind in this challenging situation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. I now call upon Mr. Chris Bonnet, Minister for Transport, Infrastructure and Public Works of Malta. You have the floor, Minister.
Re-establishing the right height for the microphone. Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. On behalf of the Government of Malta, I extend warm greetings to the governments and peoples represented here, and to the Secretariat of our esteemed organisation. It is an honour for Malta to once again contribute to the work of this Assembly. As a small island state at the heart of the Mediterranean, Malta has always viewed the sea not as a boundary, but as a lifeline. Shipping sustains our economy, connects our people, and underpins global trade. It is therefore both a responsibility and a duty for Malta to contribute actively to this organisation's mission. Madam President, the IMO's mission to provide safe, secure, and efficient shipping on clean oceans reminds us that none of this is possible without seafarers. They are the guardians of safety at sea, the front line of maritime security, and the enablers of efficient shipping. This year's World Maritime Day theme, Our Ocean, Our Obligation, Our Opportunity, particularly resonates with seafarers. They shoulder the obligation to safeguard life and the marine environment and to help realise the opportunities of a sustainable blue economy. Investing in seafarers is investing in the success of IMO's mission. We owe them recognition, dignity and protection. Madam President, Malta proudly continues to host the IMO International Maritime Law Institute and the Regional Marine Pollution Emergency Response Centre for the Mediterranean Sea with conviction. These institutions are not merely located on our shores, they are part of our national identity. Through IMLI, Malta reinforces its role as a center of maritime legal expertise, wherein generations of lawyers and maritime professionals were trained in international maritime law and now serve as judges, regulators, and policymakers, many of which are in this room with us today. My government remains committed to supporting IMLI. Last February, I presented a letter to the IMO Secretary General confirming increased assistance for the refurbishment of its premises and an additional €1 million over the next 4 years. Together with REMPEC, Malta has long been on the front line of safeguarding the Mediterranean, building regional capacity to address pollution and foster cooperation amongst coastal states. To ensure capacity building worldwide, Malta is pledging £20,000 to the Technical Cooperation Committee, with particular focus on small island developing states and least developed countries. Excellencies, the work of the IMO is more vital than ever. Malta's maritime roots stretch back to the Phoenicians, strengthened by the Knights of Malta and later the British Empire, shaping Malta into the strategic maritime hub it is today. This legacy continued in 1967, when Malta's UN ambassador, Arvid Pardo, laid the foundations for UNCLOS and the principle of the common heritage of mankind. As a small island, bridging Europe and Africa, the East and the West, Malta has consistently helped forge consensus in maritime affairs. Today, we stand ready to reaffirm that role as we address the challenges ahead. Decarbonization, competitiveness, digitalization, migration, and maritime security will define the future, and each demands our collaboration. We will not solve the issues at hand by merely repeating, "I am right," but by empathizing with differing points of view made by others. Malta is ready to help the IMO bridge these differences and achieve the shared goals of the global maritime community. Our duty is to work for the common good and safeguard our planet, mostly oceans, for generations to come. This is only possible if we continue to strengthen the IMO's leadership as the global regulator of shipping. Dear friends, I am here on behalf of the people of Malta to reaffirm our commitment to the IMO. We look forward to working and bridging with all member states to ensure that international shipping remains safe, sustainable, and resilient, in service of all humankind. Thank you very much.
Je remercie le ministre.
I thank the Minister for Transport, Infrastructure and Public Works of Malta, and I now call upon Mr. Robert Tiemann, Minister of Infrastructure and Water Management of the Kingdom of the Netherlands.
Madam President, Secretary General, Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, it's an honor to speak to you here on behalf of the Kingdom of the Netherlands. As one of the founding members of the IMO, the Kingdom feels deeply connected to the IMO, its members, and the maritime community. My country is truly a maritime nation, with 1,200 vessels sailing under its flag, located along one of the busiest shipping routes in the world, with a strong manufacturing industry and with major ports such as Amsterdam and Rotterdam serving as important gateways to Europe. Salt water runs through our veins, and as a former merchant Navy man, this is certainly true for me personally as well. My country regards the IMO as the place to make global shipping safer, more efficient, and more sustainable. We are fully committed to continue contributing to the mission of the IMO. Shipping faces major challenges, challenges that can only be addressed at a global level. This is certainly true for reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Reaching agreements on the net zero framework remains one of our key priorities. The Netherlands stands for just and equitable transition which leaves no one behind. We believe it is essential that all countries can participate, especially the small island developing states and least developed countries. The Netherlands feels a strong connection with these states, with islands in the Caribbean as part of our kingdom, including Aruba, Curaçao, and Saint Martin. Maritime safety remains our priority. This is why we strongly support firm action against substandard ships and fraudulent certificates. These ships do not comply with our conventions and pose a major threat to safety and the environment. Let us stay firmly on top of this. Preventing accidents must always come first. But when accidents do occur, there must be a proper mechanism for handling claims. And the HNS Convention, the Hazardous and Noxious Substances Convention, provides for compensation in the event of incidents involving these hazardous and noxious substances. I'm pleased to announce here today that together with Belgium, Germany, as well as Sweden, we intend to ratify the HNS Convention in the first half of the next year. This will enable the convention to enter into force, a major step for all of us. Shipping is not just about technology, rules and procedures, but above all, it's about people. 80% of the world trade depends on professionalism of seafarers. Their needs and their well-being deserve our attention. This includes fair treatment, also following incidents. It also includes ensuring a good work-life balance. To keep the sector attractive to young people, we desperately need them, given the significant demand for skilled personnel. The maritime profession is a wonderful profession, but it is still above all a male-dominated one. Fortunately, this is beginning to change, and in the Netherlands, 1 in 5 maritime professionals is now a woman. One champion of this process is Ms. Karen Orsel, and we are proud that she received the IMO Gender Equality Award 2025 for her contribution. Finally, the Kingdom of the Netherlands has been an almost continuous member of the IMO Council since the year 1959, and we feel a strong responsibility for safe and sustainable shipping. We contribute actively to work together with the IMO in committees and working groups as chair coordinator or as a constructive participant, and our hearts beat faster when it comes to global shipping. That is why we are pleased to once again stand as a candidate for the IMO Council Category B, and we count on your support. Thank you very much.
I thank the Minister of Infrastructure and Water Management of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, and I now call upon Mr. Mohammed bin Abdullah Al Thani, the Minister of Transport of Qatar. You have the floor.
President, Madam President of the Assembly, IMO Secretary General, Excellencies, heads of delegations, representatives of member states, may God's peace, mercy, and blessings be upon you. It is my pleasure to address this distinguished gathering. Allow me to express the state of Qatar's deep appreciation for the pivotal role that the IMO plays in shaping the future of global shipping and promoting the safety and security of navigation and in protecting the marine environment. Distinguished delegates, the State of Qatar gives its maritime sector strategic priority within its national transport system in line with the goals and directions of the IMO. Qatar has taken practical steps to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, to enhance port efficiency, to develop national legislations in accordance with international standards for safety of life at sea, We have also undertaken the protection of the marine environment. We ensure navigational safety, and we uphold the rights of seafarers. The State of Qatar has also made significant strides in training professionals in this vital sector and developing their skills. It inaugurated the Maritime Training and Simulation Center at the University of Doha for Science and Technology, equipped with the latest global technologies to serve as a leading platform for preparing national skills according to the highest international standards. And in parallel, the State of Qatar considers women empowerment a national priority, believing women can highly contribute to and develop the maritime sector in line with IMO resolutions that aim to establish an inclusive work environment and to train women in this vital field. Protecting the marine environment is at the core of Qatar's national policies, since it has recognized that the seas are not only trade routes, but also a natural and human heritage that must be preserved for future generations. In this context, the State of Qatar has prepared a comprehensive national action plan for the management and conservation of marine resources, and the state has also established a multidisciplinary scientific advisory committee to strengthen long-term planning for the management of marine resources in line with the UN Oceans Programme 2021-2030. Based on this commitment, the State of Qatar looks forward to strengthening its close cooperation with all member states and to working with the IMO towards achieving an environment-friendly, safer, and more sustainable maritime future. In this context, the State of Qatar is honored to once again submit its candidacy for the IMO Council Membership Category C for 2026-2027, reiterating its commitment to productively and effectively support the IMO goals and to serve the international maritime community. We also look forward to the support of member states for this candidacy, emphasizing the importance Qatar places on international cooperation to promote joint action within this esteemed organization. May God's peace, mercy, and blessings be upon you.
Merci, Monsieur le Ministre des Transports du
Thank you very much to the Minister of Transport of Qatar. I now ask Ms. Marianne Sivertsen, as Minister of Fisheries and Ocean Policy of Norway, to take the floor.
A responsibility to think globally and for the benefit of all. The significance of strong cooperation becomes extra evident in times like these. Geopolitical upheaval is threatening the rules-based order we rely upon. The rise of substandard shipping practices is a threat to the very foundation of maritime operations. It erodes trust, compromises safety, and puts the credibility of the entire system at risk. When safety is undermined, it is not just ships, seafarers, and the marine environment that are in danger. It is the global network that connects economies, communities, and people. Climate change is also a big challenge and is felt all over the world. It is challenging to our societies, economies, and the very ecosystems we depend on. Representing one of the world's leading maritime nations, with an industry at the forefront of technologies such as alternative fuels, automatization, and maritime safety, my message is very clear. No technology is better than the infrastructure supporting it. No nation, fleet, or company will make a difference on its own. People are the most valuable asset in the maritime industry. The potential for transforming our industry depends on our ability to facilitate for upskilling, learn from each other, and attract the women and men we need to our sector. We are in a situation that demands the best of us, and that means letting trust and our common overarching goals win the day and clear the way for real change. Donor support is essential to reach IMO strategic goals and to meet the needs of the IMO member states in the implementation of IMO instruments. Norway is the largest donor to IMO technical cooperation projects, including Green Voyage 2050, Biofouling Project, Glow Litter Partnerships, and gender equality programs. Creating safer and more inclusive working environment at sea is a key priority for the Norwegian government. Collaboration with the industry is essential. Norway and the IMO have recently agreed on a new global project to promote gender equality in the maritime sector. I am eagerly waiting the launch of this exciting project, which I believe will have great impact for women in the maritime sector. So, stay tuned. Let me end by emphasizing Norway's commitment to being a proactive, responsible maritime nation. Real progress comes through partnership, across borders and sectors and across perspectives. So, let us continue working together to ensure that the seas remain safe, secure, and sustainable for everyone. Thank you.
Je remercie Madame la
Thank you very much to the Minister of Norway. I now give the floor to Mr. Eyjolfur Ármannsson, Minister of Infrastructure of Iceland. The floor is yours.
Excellencies, Madam President, Secretary General, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. For Iceland, an island nation in the North Atlantic, maritime safety is of the utmost importance. Since the settlement of Iceland in 1874, our connection to the world has been defined by the sea. Fishing has long constituted Iceland's most important livelihood and industry, and throughout the ages, the safety of our fishermen has been central to our society. Iceland's steadfast commitment to fishing vessel safety has yielded remarkable results over the decades. The number of vessels lost, as well as accidents and fatalities at seas, has been greatly reduced. In the 1950s, fatality rate in Iceland was well above the world average. Today, the number of lives lost is less than 1 per year. That is a great achievement. Iceland is immensely proud of this dramatic turnaround. Today, fishing is no longer the most dangerous occupation in Iceland. Fishing vessels are now considered a safe and attractive workplace. The Cape Town Agreement is the backbone of Icelandic national legislation concerning the design, construction, and the equipment of fishing vessels. It aims to reduce the loss of life and ensure improved working conditions for men and women at sea. We believe the global community can achieve similar results through the Cape Town Agreement. The agreement stands to significantly improve safety standards in the fishing sector. It remains one of the most dangerous occupations in the world. Once entered into force, the agreement will also have positive implications beyond the vital enhancement of safety. First, the agreement will greatly level the playing field in the fishing industry. It will ensure that the same safety standards apply to all fishing vessels operating in the same waters and selling the products on the same markets. Second, a unified safety standard, a recognized international standard, will increase the value and integrity of the second-hand market for fishing vessels. Our ships will be designed, constructed and equipped to the same high specifications. That is also important. With the ratification of the Cape Town Agreement, we will establish an international safety standard for the industry that saves lives. That will be a great achievement for all of us, with immense benefits for fishermen and global fishing industry, as well as for the International Maritime Organization, as safety of fishermen becomes firmly placed within its scope. Iceland encourages all IMO member states to ratify the Cape Town Agreement without delay, so that fishermen and women around the world can enjoy the benefits of safe seas. Safeguarding the environment is another priority for Iceland, and clean energy transition is a key measure in that direction. Iceland has long been a pioneer in the clean energy transition. In our view, the right forum to discuss and oversee the clean energy transition in global fish shipping is this global body, the International Maritime Organization. A global system is the best way forward. Fragmented regional systems risk adversely affecting the competitiveness of the fish shipping industry. For Iceland, it is essential that ships not be subject to double charging and excessive regulatory burden, as could be the case with a global system on the one hand and regional and national regimes on the other. We urgently need a system that is fair and genuinely supports decarbonization in shipping. The framework of the International Maritime Organization, including funding mechanism, should be a robust instrument to bring about cleaner technology and greener shipping. Iceland stands ready to engage constructively as these discussions continue. It is important for us to take an active part in shaping the work ahead and ensuring that the framework advances. Ladies and gentlemen, Iceland has been a proud member of the International Maritime Organization since the 1960s and will continue to participate actively in the work of the organization. I wish you all the best at this assembly and thank you for your attention.
Je remercie Monsieur.
Thank you very much to the Minister of Infrastructure of Iceland. I now invite Mr. Bengiran Dato Haji Mustafa, who is the Minister of Transport and Info Communications of Brunei Darussalam, to take the floor. The floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning. Bonjour à tous. Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, Ministers, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, on behalf of the Government of His Majesty the Sultan and Yang di-Pertuan of Brunei Darussalam, it is a distinct honor to have the opportunity to speak to you today at the 34th IMO Assembly. Please allow me to extend my warmest congratulations to the newly elected President and Vice Presidents. I believe the Assembly are in good hands with you at the helm and that the Assembly will proceed efficiently and attain its objectives. I would like to also express my appreciation to the Secretary General, Mr. Arsenio Dominguez, for being instrumental in advancing the work and goals of the IMO towards a safer, greener, and more efficient maritime transport, advancing the decarbonization of international shipping, promoting digitalization, and strengthening support for seafarers and developing states. Brunei Darussalam fully supports these endeavors and shares the same aspirations. For Brunei Darussalam, the maritime sector is the beating heart of our economy. It facilitates trade, attracts high-value services, strengthening national resilience, enhancing vital connections, and creating meaningful, future-ready careers for our people. Last year, Brunei Darussalam proudly marked its 40 years of membership in the IMO. This milestone reflects our long-standing partnership with the IMO, and in this connection, the government has also set national aspirations to creating a thriving maritime industry that is safe and sustainable. This is important as logistics that includes maritime shipping play an important role to support the existing and growing logistics requirements required to support our country's diversification efforts. On safety and security, we are in the midst of modernizing our vessel traffic management system. We are committed to reducing and eventually achieving zero major navigational incidents and halving the number of minor incidents. This includes stronger compliance with the ISPS code, more search and rescue exercises, and utilization of advanced navigation systems. We have also made notable advancement in our maritime digital capabilities. For example, in March this year, we successfully implemented the Maritime Single Window, signifying a pivotal moment in our intent to facilitate greater port efficiency, transparency, and coordination. This initiative, plus the introduction of a new data exchange platform, forms part of our broader efforts to achieve full digitalization across all services within the port ecosystem. In this spirit, I'm pleased to share that this year, Brunei Darussalam acceded to the FAL Convention, also marking a significant step towards streamlining maritime formalities, advancing digital adoption, and trade facilitation. Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, and distinguished delegates, Brunei Darussalam is ready and willing to assist in IMO's technical cooperation agenda and fostering greater regional capacity and resilience. In this aspect, I'm pleased to share that in January this year, Brunei Darussalam had the honor of hosting the IMO Regional Workshop on the Liability and Compensation Conventions that was attended by 13 member states from across the Asia-Pacific region. Such initiatives play a vital role in strengthening the collective preparedness and capacity of member states to respond effectively to maritime incidents. On the IMO strategy on the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions from ships, Brunei Darussalam welcomes the IMO ongoing work to translate these ambitions into concrete action through the development of midterm measures, including a global fuel standard and associated economic mechanisms. Brunei Darussalam recognizes this measure as a crucial step in guiding the transition towards low and zero-emission shipping. Admittedly, it is also important that their implementation takes into account the varying national circumstances and capacities to ensure that this pathway remains just, inclusive, and feasible for all. In concluding, I wish all nominees as council members the very best. For those elected, I look forward to your able leadership in further advancing IMO's noble mission of ensuring a safe, secure, and sustainable shipping for all. I would like to also extend my best wishes to all delegations for a productive assembly ahead. Thank you. Merci beaucoup.
Je remercie Monsieur le Ministre.
Thank you very much to the Minister of Transport and Communications of Brunei Darussalam. I now call on Mr. Sakawat Hussain, Advisor for the Ministry of Shipping from Bangladesh. The floor is yours.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum. It seems that I have no problem with the stage. It's set for me. Mr. Secretary General, Madam Chair, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. This is my singular, distinct honor to be here on the floor on behalf of the country, Bangladesh, a nation whose identity and future are deeply intertwined with the sea. From the vast Bay of Bengal to the bustling global shipping lanes, it sustains international commerce. Our maritime domain has long been wellspring in the livelihood of resilience and opportunity of our people. Excellencies, Bangladesh's maritime journey is a story of transformation and vision. In just over 2 decades or less, we have evolved from coastal economy into emerging maritime nation, driven by modernization, innovation, and sustainability. Our ports, Chattogram, Mongla, and Paira, are undergoing rapid digitization and infrastructure enhancement to function as a regional transshipment and logistic hubs. The Matarbari Deep Sea Port, now operational, marks a strategic milestone, providing a direct maritime gateway connects South Asia to global trading network. But beyond physical infrastructure, the true strength of Bangladesh's maritime sector lies in the human capital. Over 21,000 Bangladeshi seafarers currently serve in the distinction across the world's fleets, contributing skill and discipline and reliability to the global shipping industry. They are not just workers, they are Bangladesh's ambassador at sea, sustaining global supply chains and maritime safety, which includes large number of ladies. Excellencies, Bangladesh has long maintained a constructive and consistent partnership with International Maritime Organization, that's IMO. We have actively contributed to its committees, subcommittees, including subcommittee on implementation of IMO instruments, promoting harmonized, transparent, and fair enforcement of the maritime conventions. Under visionary leadership of Nobel laureate Dr. Muhammad Yunus, whose philosophy of the 3-0, zero poverty, zero unemployment, zero carbon emission, guides our national development agenda, Bangladesh recognizes the ocean as a foundation, sustainability, and for prosperity. Our Bangladesh Delta Plan 100 Blue Economy Roadmap provide long-term frameworks to balance growth, environmental stewardship, social inclusion. These strategies align seamlessly with IMO's core objectives: maritime safety, pollution prevention, and sustainable economic development. At the national level, we are implementing deep reforms, strengthening our maritime administration, reinforce port state control, and ensure full compliance with the IMO instruments. We are modernizing our ship registry, expanding search and rescue capacity, enhancing MARPOL-compliant port reception facilities. Our commitment extends further towards green ports, low-emission shipping, and digital transformation of maritime operations. For Bangladesh, decarbonization is not constraint. It is an opportunity to innovate and to attract green investment and to ensure the maritime growth is sustainable for both our people and our planet. Through partnership with global recognized berth operators, we are building state-of-the-art terminals that embody efficiency, transparency, and environmental responsibility. Distinguished delegates, as Bangladesh seeks your confidence to continue serving in IMO Council, our commitment is clear and steadfast. We stand ready for the contribution to cooperate and to lead. If we are re-elected, Bangladesh will advocate for equitable access to the technology and finance for the developing maritime nations, champion capacity building and professional training for seafarers and maritime administration, support climate resilient, low carbon shipping and innovation in green maritime solutions, and promote inclusive IMO where every member, large or small, has meaningful voice in shaping a collective maritime future. Excellencies, Bangladesh believes that when we navigate together, no nation is left behind. Let us sail forward, united by our shared responsibility toward safer seas, cleaner oceans, and equitable prosperity for all. I thank you all for trust, friendship, and continued friendship with Bangladesh, a nation of promise, progress, and proud maritime heritage. Thank you very much.
Je remercie Monsieur le ministre.
Thank you very much, the Minister of Bangladesh. I now give the floor to Mr. Alhaji Fande Touray, Minister of Transport and Aviation of Sierra Leone. The floor is yours.
Mr. Secretary General, Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, since this is my very first time taking the floor on behalf of Sierra Leone's delegation, Madam President, I want to use this opportunity to congratulate you and your team, and we stand ready to work with you and give you our fullest support. I bring warm and fraternal greetings from His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Sierra Leone, retired Brigadier Dr. Julius Maada Bio. It is both an honor and a profound privilege in my capacity as Sierra Leone's Minister of Transport and Aviation to address this distinguished assembly on behalf of the government and people of Sierra Leone. We remain deeply committed to the values and principles that guide the IMO and its global mandate. Excellencies, President Bio's vision for Sierra Leone places significant emphasis on strengthening maritime governance as a cornerstone of national development. With this framework, the protection of life and property at sea and the preservation of our marine environment are not mere policy priorities. They are moral imperatives. We firmly believe that one life lost at sea is one too many. As a flag, port and coastal state, Sierra Leone recognizes the immense potential of our blue economy. We stand ready as a responsible maritime nation to support the efforts of the IMO and to work closely with the development partners to unlock the vast opportunities offered by our maritime domain. Guided by renewed hope and a heightened sense of responsibility towards safe navigation, maritime environment protection, and the sustainable use of our ocean resources, my ministry has placed the following actions at the top of our short-term agenda. 1. Strengthening Sierra Leone's maritime legislative framework through the domestication of ratified IMO instruments to address emerging global threats and align with international best practices. 2. Implementing a national hydrographic action plan and overhauling our coastal state service delivery systems, particularly maritime search and rescue and maritime security governance. 3. Swiftly adopting the IMO's single window platform to eliminate inefficiencies, enhance transparency, and streamline administrative processes at our ports. And 4, most importantly, fully implementing the IMO-approved corrective action plan for Sierra Leone following the IMO member state audit scheme with a strong focus on attaining whitelist status in crew training and certification under STCW Convention. While our resolve to become a more compliant and capable maritime partner is unwavering, we continue to face real challenges. These include capacity gaps, resource constraints, and enduring vulnerabilities as a developing maritime nation. We therefore seek continued collaboration, particularly through the IMO's Technical Cooperation Program and the shared support of sister member states to strengthen our efforts in maritime safety, security, governance, and environmental stewardship. As I conclude, distinguished delegates, Allow me to express Sierra Leone's sincere appreciation to the IMO Secretary General, his dedicated team, and all member states and partner organizations for their steadfast support. We look forward to deepening our cooperation and advancing shared goals for safer, cleaner, and more sustainable oceans. I thank you all, and I wish this Assembly a productive session and a prosperous New Year. Thank you.
Je remercie Monsieur le
Thank you very much to the Minister of Sierra Leone. I now call on Mr. Felix Tapiwa Mona, Member of the Parliament of Zimbabwe and a Minister of Transport and Infrastructural Development there. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Madam President of IMO, Secretary General, Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor and privilege to address this 34th session of the International Maritime Organization Assembly. Zimbabwe expresses its deep appreciation for IMO's steadfast leadership in advancing safe, secure, environmentally sound, and sustainable global shipping. Madam President, Zimbabwe remains a fully committed contracting state of the International Maritime Organization in line with the IMO's 2025 focus of our ocean, our obligation, our opportunity. Zimbabwe is mainstream shipping and maritime in its transport and transport infrastructure plans, thus situating Zimbabwe within the framework of the bigger family of global maritime administration. Madam President, at the national level, we superintend and regulate several declared water bodies, which are crucial for local, regional, and international users in terms of waterborne tourism, inland waterways, transport, shipping, fishing, and energy development, among other uses. Madam President, these activities are governed under our Inland Water Shipping Act, and we are in the process of enacting a comprehensive merchant shipping law to expand our alignment with IMO conventions and standards, and to fully participate in the affairs of international waters. In the main, Zimbabwe relies on the efficient performance of regional ports of Beira, Maputo, Durban, and Dar es Salaam along the Indian Ocean coastline, and Walvis Bay along the Atlantic Ocean coastline in advancing regional and international trade. The support we receive from the neighboring member states of IMO is immense. That is why we respond positively to the thrilling opportunities of deeper collaboration availed by IMO, including capacity building of our human capital base. Madam President, esteemed delegates, at the sub-regional and regional levels, we are working on a robust program to discard the landlocked status and adopt the land-linked status in the spirit of creating effective regional maritime ties, corridors, and networks. Zimbabwe has become an integral actor in the recently established Maritime Organization for the Eastern, Southern, and Northern Africa. The main objective of MOSAN is to transform the region into a one-stop center of excellency for regional maritime and logistics matters. As MOSAN takes shape, we look forward to continued technical and financial support by the IMO to build strong and harmonized maritime systems. Madam President, opportunities for broader and enhanced cooperation within the IMO framework dovetail with the vision of our great leader, His Excellency the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Comrade Dr. Emmerson Damzo Mnangagwa. The vision reflects the collective aspirations and determination of people of Zimbabwe to achieve a prosperous and empowered upper-middle income society by 2030. In that vein, Zimbabwe is open for business and is ready to engage and re-engage, including through opportunities and collaborations within the IMO framework. Madam President, as we deliberate in the next few days, I wish to reiterate that we should encourage expanded cooperation, particularly in technology transfer, capacity building, and affordable access to maritime. We should support the development of innovative financing frameworks for regional and global maritime projects, and we should reduce maritime transport disparities, promote uniform standards, enhance safer warfare, address maritime pollution, and ensure that developing countries have the support required to fully implement IMO instruments. As I conclude, Together, we can create a safer, greener, more efficient and more inclusive maritime future. I thank you.
Je remercie Monsieur le ministre du Zimbabwe.
I thank the Minister of Zimbabwe, and I now call upon Mr. Abbas Samad Kayu, the Minister of Transport and Logistics of Morocco. You have the floor. Madam President, Secretary General, I will continue in Arabic. Your Excellencies, Ministers and Heads of Delegations, ladies and gentlemen, permanent representatives, Excellencies, it is an honor for me, on behalf of the Kingdom of Morocco, to take part today in the 34th session of the Assembly of the International Maritime Organization. I would like to express my great appreciation for the pivotal role played by the organization in serving the global maritime sector. The qualitative achievements realized over the past 2 years clearly reflect the collective will of member states, as well as the considerable efforts undertaken by the organization's technical and administrative bodies. Under the leadership of Mr. Arsenio Dominguez, our Secretary General, in order to strengthen our shared strategic orientations, to enhance maritime safety systems, and develop regulations related to maritime safety and the protection of the marine environment. This meeting provides an opportunity to assess the progress that has been made, particularly with regard to the organization's adoption of the greenhouse gas reduction strategy for the maritime sector, a milestone in the transition towards low-emission maritime transport. It also serves as an occasion to reinforce international technical cooperation, to expand exchange of knowledge and expertise, and to develop capacity-building programs enabling member states to increase their preparedness and to strengthen their institutional and regulatory capacities, especially in relation to the training of personnel, resource development, and the reinforcement of monitoring and implementation mechanisms. I am talking about seamen and women who work on the sea. Ladies and gentlemen, within a comprehensive framework, the IMO Strategic Plan for 24 to 29 provides a response to the growing challenges faced by the maritime sector. It takes into account the complexities of climate change and its effects on oceans and maritime activities, and emphasizes the need to adapt to rapid technological developments, including digitalization, and to strengthen maritime safety and security systems. Ladies and gentlemen, Morocco, as a member of the Council and Vice Chairman, is an active contributor to the various different bodies and structures in the organization. The Kingdom provides technical support in navigation, maritime security, safety, training, environment protection, and legal frameworks as well. Morocco also participates in efforts to improve the effectiveness of the Council, to expand its membership, and to ensure balanced representation that reflects the diversity of member states. The Kingdom of Morocco is committed also to supporting the fundamental values of the United Nations within this organization, particularly those relating to the promotion of women's empowerment and the strengthening of their presence in maritime and port sectors. We're also speaking of multilingualism and better future mutual understanding, as well as effective communication. In addition, Morocco advocates for fair and balanced regional representation with balanced partnerships. Ladies and gentlemen, Morocco is a maritime nation par excellence with two coastlines on the Mediterranean Sea and the Atlantic, extending more than 3,500 kilometers, with a maritime area of nearly 1.2 million square kilometers. Maritime transport is a strategic pillar of its economy, with maritime trade representing more than 90% of national external exchanges. Within the far-sighted vision of His Majesty King Mohammed VI, particularly the royal directive aimed at strengthening the Atlantic dimension of the kingdom, came the high royal instruction to make the Atlantic coast Morocco's major gateway to the African continent and an opening towards the American sphere, as well as a strategic axis for human connectivity, economic integration, and regional and international projection. This approach includes development of maritime connectivity, strengthening of ports and logistics infrastructure, and the examination of the establishment of a competitive and efficient national merchant fleet capable of supporting the dynamics of international trade. In implementing this enlightened royal village, the Kingdom of Morocco is developing a national strategy aimed at building a national maritime fleet which will strengthen Morocco's position within the region, as well as international maritime transport system as well, and contribute to linking national ports with ports in Southern Europe, West Africa, and the rest of the world. This role is supported by the position of Moroccan ports as strategic hubs connecting the Mediterranean and the West African coast. Foremost among them being the port of Tangiers, Med, as a major regional platform for maritime exchange, then the Nador West Med Port as a new center supporting logistics integration, and the Dakhla Atlantic Port, which will in future enhance connectivity with the West African coastline. These assets will help advance regional integration and facilitate the access of Sahel countries to international markets. Ladies and gentlemen, in terms of compliance with international standards, Morocco fulfills its responsibility as a flag state by ensuring that its vessels comply with national and international requirements relating to maritime safety, security, and environmental protection. It also fulfills its role as a port state through the active participation in the Mediterranean Memorandum of Understanding and the regular inspection of foreign vessels, ensuring compliance with safety rules and reinforcing confidence in Moroccan ports. It also plays a key role as a coastal state through the Vessel Traffic Service, the VTS Centre in Tangier, which manages maritime traffics in the highly sensitive area of the Straits of Gibraltar. More than 100,000 vessels transit the strait annually, making the centre's role essential in ensuring navigational safety and managing environmental risks. Morocco continues to strengthen its maritime search and rescue system through the National Maritime Rescue Coordination Centre, the MRCC, which oversees an extensive area extending from the Moroccan coast to Guinea-Bissau, ensuring an effective response to any maritime emergency and safeguarding human life at sea. Morocco is also committed to the field of maritime training and the enhancement of skills. It's currently working to strengthen and modernize the maritime training system to keep pace with the country's growing activity in maritime transport. In the context of South-South cooperation and the strengthening of training capacities, Morocco allocates annual seats at the Higher Institute of Maritime Studies to students from sister African countries in support of their capacities, expertise, and human development. Ladies and gentlemen, fully aware of the scale of the transformations the world is witnessing today, Morocco continues to intensify its efforts to support international initiatives aimed at developing a more sustainable maritime sector. Our country is engaged at regional and international levels in various initiatives aimed at protecting the marine environment, encouraging innovative solutions, and clean energy alternatives, including the development of renewable energies. Morocco, given its position and its responsibilities within this organization, remains ready to work with all member states to shape a shared vision that ensures a smooth and gradual transition, taking into account the capacities of states and responding to the aspirations of the international maritime community towards a more sustainable future. In this context, Morocco presents an integrated model for the production of low-carbon marine fuel based on its pioneering renewable energy capabilities and its advanced port infrastructure. This offer aims to enable the production of green hydrogen and its derivatives, particularly green methanol and ammonia, to provide the global maritime sector with clean and sustainable alternatives. This offer reflects the Kingdom's ambition to become a regional hub for the production and export of clean marine fuel that complies with IMO international standards. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, I renew the Kingdom of Morocco's appreciation to this esteemed organization for its ongoing efforts in advancing the global maritime sector. I express our deep gratitude for the support our country receives from member states, whether in relation to maritime cooperation or to Morocco's candidacy for membership of IMO's Council under Qatari Sea. I thank you for your kind attention. May the peace of God be with you all. Thank you. I thank the Minister from Morocco, and I call upon Mr. Yasuyuki Sakai, State Minister of Land, Infrastructure, Transport and Tourism from Japan.
Madam President, Secretary General Mr. Domingo, distinguished delegate, esteemed participants, it's a great honor to speak on behalf of the government of Japan at this 34th session of the IMO Assembly. Let me begin by expressing our deep appreciation for the Secretary General's outstanding leadership and dedication over the past 2 years. Since its founding in 1958, the IMO has played a vital role in promoting safe, sustainable, and complementary of sound shipping. As an island nation surrounded by the sea, with maritime industry at the center of the economy and the society, Japan has strongly supported the IMO's mission and actively contributed to all IMO activities in many areas. Firstly, maritime safety is of the utmost importance for all of us. Japan has been playing a leading role in enhancing maritime safety through developing a number of safety regulations at the IMO. In particular, Japan has been actively contributing to the IMO's work to develop a new code for maritime autonomous surface ships, mass drawing on insights from our national R&D project. Japan continues to provide technical cooperation to ensure safe navigation through the Straits of Malacca and Singapore, a vital sea lane in the region. A robot and real-life search and rescue system is also crucial for maritime safety. The year marks the 50th anniversary of the Japan Coast Guard's Special Rescue Team, which has rescued over 3,000 lives at sea through high-risk operations such as fires and capsize accidents. We are honored that the team will be recognized with the IMO honors for exceptional bravery at sea. The future maritime industries depends on the people. Through the Nippon Foundation's scholarship program, Japan has supported over 800 students, primarily from developing countries, at the World Maritime University for more than 40 years, and at the International Maritime Law Institute, Emory. Furthermore, the Nippon Foundation has established the WMU Sasakawa Global Ocean Institute to enhance the global oceanic research activities, providing various endowed courses at WMU. Japan is committed to keep supporting the development of human resources who will shape the future maritime industries. In terms of human resources in the marine sector, promoting gender equality is indispensable. In particular, seizing the opportunity of Japan's first female Prime Minister, Takaichi, taking off, Japan reaffirms its commitment to further strengthening gender equality across all areas of the maritime field. We warmly welcome the IMO Council's recent endorsement of Professor Momoko Kitada, nominated by Japan as the recipient of the 2026 IMO Gender Equality Award. Lastly, regarding the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, I would like to recall that the 2023 IMO GHG strategy was adopted unanimously in July 2023, which emission to net zero GHG emissions by or around 2050. Last month, the IMO member states decided to postpone the meeting for discussion on the amendment to the Malaro Annex 6 aimed at the midterm GHG reduction measures for 1 year. IMO member states should utilize this opportunity and work together to develop a mutual understanding and continue their efforts to achieve consensus. Japan is committed to make every effort to foster unity among the member states, aiming for global consensus. By doing so, we will be able to ensure that international shipping remains a sustainable industry supporting the global economy. In closing, Japan fully recognized the challenges, responsibilities, and opportunities facing the IMO. As a responsible member state, we will continue to actively contribute to all IMO activities. I sincerely hope this assembly will yield fruitful outcomes. Thank you very much.
I thank the Minister from Japan, and I call upon Honourable Fred Miyamkama, the Minister of State of Public Works and Transport of Uganda.
The President of the Assembly, the President of the Council, the Secretary General of the International Maritime Organization, Honourable Ministers, Your Excellencies, the Ambassadors and High Commissioners, Head of Delegations, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I bring to you warm greetings from the Republic of Uganda, and in a special way greetings from His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the President of the Republic of Uganda, and also welcome you to this 34th regular session of the International Maritime Organization Assembly. As we are all aware, this meeting brings together member states, deliberate on issues affecting maritime and shipping in general. I would like to confirm Uganda's commitment to the principles and obligations of the IMO towards ensuring safety, maritime security, and prevention of maritime atmospheric pollution by ships. My country, Uganda, is land-linked and we rely on regional maritime services offered by our neighboring countries of Kenya and Tanzania for the import and export of goods and cargo. Our strategic reliance on inland waterways, regional port infrastructure, and multi-border transport corridors makes maritime governance a cornerstone of our national development and regional integration. The guiding principles of cooperation and collaboration have been the foundation of resilient maritime systems that have bridged our connection to the sea. Distinguished delegates, we recognize the great work this organization is doing in governing an industry that is at the heart of global economies and sustainability of the livelihoods. We appreciate all members of this organization for the continued support in ensuring that IMO takes its role in offering oversight to global shipping. It is our utmost prayer that member states under the IMO umbrella continue taking dialogue with confronting issues of global shipping so as to keep the spirit of cooperation and compromise within the organization. Delegates, Uganda has been a key beneficiary in the organization's technical cooperation initiatives over the years, which has been instrumental in strengthening our institutional capacity, enhancing our technical competencies, and deepening our engagement with the global maritime community. Some of the key areas of support are: early this month, November 2025, we completed our first ever IMO member state audit, a milestone that has provided us with invaluable insights into our implementation of IMO instruments and a new outlook towards our strategic direction in terms of harnessing our potential as a member of the organization. A number of our people and the staff of the Maritime Administration have benefited from scholarships at the World Maritime University, Malmo, Sweden, and at the IMO International Maritime Law Institute. Merited with this additional qualification, this staff over now serve as pillars of our maritime administration, bring global best practices to bear on our local challenges. Our engagement at the various committee meetings of the International Maritime Organization has significantly increased, which has been key to have our perspective reflected on some resolutions. We are confident this will foster our collaboration with fellow members through shared experiences and enhance our own maritime capacity. Technical cooperation extended to our Uganda by IMO through the national and regional workshops on flag state and port state implementation. Fellow participants, land-linked countries have often been overlooked in global maritime discourse, yet they play a vital role in global trade and environmental stewardship. The United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea enshrines our freedom to the high seas, which includes navigation, fishing, scientific research, and contributing to the protection of marine resources. These freedoms are not theoretical, they are foundational to our development, connectivity, and global participation. Uganda, like many other land-linked states, relies on maritime corridors for international trade. Our access to the high seas is facilitated through regional partnerships and port infrastructure in neighboring coastal states. The oceans are the arteries of global trade, climate resolution, and biodiversity. It is our considered belief that the benefits and the burdens of maritime activity should be evenly distributed to us. Access to the sea is not merely a matter of geography, it is a matter of policy, infrastructure, and international cooperation. Therefore, land-linked states must be empowered to participate fairly in the sustainable utilization of maritime resources, navigation rights, and in the issues of mitigation of marine pollution. Esteemed delegates, as I conclude, this organization must continue to evolve as a true inclusive body, one that recognizes the diverse realities of its member states and exercises inclusive maritime governance. Uganda stands as a testament to the interconnectedness of the nation, where maritime governance is not the preserve of coastal states alone, but a shared responsibility and opportunity for all. Today's maritime challenges range from climate change and maritime pollution to safety and maritime security. The challenges transcend beyond borders and demand responses that are unified, inclusive, and grounded in the mutual respect. Therefore, we are committed to working with all member states of this organization to build a maritime future that is inclusive, resilient, and just. We believe that diversity is not a challenge to be managed, but is a strength to be embraced. I thank you all for listening to me, and I wish you fruitful discussions during this important meeting. Thank you very much for your kind attention for God and my country.
Je remercie Monsieur le
I thank the minister from Uganda, and I now call upon Mr. Ali Hassan Joho, Minister of Mines and the Blue Economy of Kenya. You have the floor, sir.
President of the 34th IMO Assembly, Secretary General, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Madam President, for this opportunity to address this Assembly. I congratulate you, together with the first and second Vice Presidents, on your well-deserved election and offer Kenya's best wishes for a successful and a productive session. Madam President, our commitment to fulfill the obligations under the IMO instruments remains strong and consistent. We have updated our domestic legislation, strengthened maritime administration, and enhanced enforcement mechanisms. These reforms have clarified the role of the maritime sector for our stakeholders and improved performance across the board. The IMO Convention remains central to this progress, providing clear obligations that underpin effective national implementation. Kenya and other developing nations have benefited from the support provided by member states through well-targeted projects aimed at enhancing maritime safety, security, and sustainability. Their contributions to training and scholarships are invaluable, and Kenya looks forward to continued collaboration and support. Madam President, the IMO must continue to champion digitization, decarbonization, gender equality, automation, maritime security, threats along global shipping lanes, and the evolving role of the human element in safety at the sea. As a specialized agency of the United Nations, the IMO is uniquely placed to advance the objectives for which it was established and to contribute meaningfully to the Sustainable Development Goals. Kenya reaffirms its commitment to ideals of the IMO and the broader United Nations systems. We are dedicated to hosting and supporting the IMO Regional Presence Office in Nairobi, which plays a crucial role in technical cooperation across East and Southern Africa. Currently, Kenya hosts the Maritime Organization for Eastern, Southern, and Northern Africa, and chairs the Association of African Maritime Administrators. In that spirit, I respectfully and with humility request the Assembly's support for Kenya's candidacy for re-election in the IMO Council under Category C. I thank you.
Je remercie Monsieur le ministre du Kenya.
Thank you very much to the Minister for Kenya, who has allowed us to finish on time. And thank you also for the break this morning, Kenya, and then Philippines at lunchtime, and Saudi Arabia for the tea break, which we will have now. Let me just remind you of 2 or 3 things, if I may. In general, and in particular by the Minister of Kenya and others, people have kept to the time, so I haven't been too strict with you. But it is the first afternoon, so I've allowed for a little latitude. But I really would ask all speakers, please, to stick to the 5-minute speaking time. And I would like to thank all the delegations for their statements. It was all very interesting. And apologies for mangling some of the names of the ministers. as complicated as mine is, so I really am very sorry about that. And let me say now that the list of speakers has now been closed, and I will give the floor to Saudi Arabia just before we have.
Excellence.
Thank you very much, President and delegations. And in the spirit of multilingualism, which guides our work here, allow me to take the floor in French, please. And in the name of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, I warmly invite you all to the tea break to taste our traditional Saudi coffee with some dates as well. These are recognized by UNESCO as a cultural heritage, and our coffee sometimes gets people queuing up for it, but we will be very pleased to welcome you all there. So see you at the coffee break. Thank you. Thank you very much. And I know that a lot of delegations do speak French, and we will now enjoy your coffee break. Thank you very much indeed.